Well, now I got to get in my box.
This shit is crazy.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This shit has got to stop.
Yeah, they sent me the this today and everything like that. It seemed like it was very like emotionally draining on her.
Did you see the white chick who was live debating it?
No, I didn't see it. I was off the app. What did she say?
They were just debating it like an hour after like he was gone, like before the child was cold in the ground. They were, you know, she had it up on her background and had all these conservative people in there saying that he was guilty and deserved to unalive.
But the thing is, this is that there was a lot of evidence that said otherwise.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
This is also why the unalive penalty is so fucked, and largely why I'm anti unalive penalty.
Yeah, I'm very anti unalive penalty because, it's always this is the background that was up. Um, it's not fitting. I don't know how it was her
Whose
background.
live are you playing right now in the background?
I'm not playing anybody's line. This is
Oh,
her
because
her
Irish right
screenshot.
now, Irish and Jovan right now are both running the live on and
This chick, I didn't want to go in either of their lives, so I like did my
I don't
own
know
live.
what the fuck Ann was thinking. That's just fucking stupid. It's tone deaf as fuck.
I think she's a racist. See you next Thursday. Like she was
Wait, why
definitely.
why Thursday and not Tuesday?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. You wanna wait a little longer in the week this year? Is that why?
I would prefer to not see her, but
Oh, okay.
if I have to see her, can it be Thursday instead of Tuesday?
Right. Tuesdays are already rough enough.
If it's just the same to you.
Hmm. I'd rather see her on Friday. That's why she's such a cunt.
See you next Friday would be a cunt, cunt,
Yeah.
cunt.
That's that's an interesting choice.
What cunt?
I I don't know how she's going to come back from that.
She won't.
I don't think she can.
I
Because
don't think she should.
now she has the Scarlet Letter. That's it.
Yeah.
And that letter
But
is R.
I mean, it was
but
it was intentional. Like she was blocking black creators.
Yeah,
She
that was
blocked
wild.
the people who were trying to go up there, like Jones and Adorna. Like I follow both of them. Like
Yeah.
and she was blocking. She blocked Adorna. Well, she apparently she didn't block Adorna. She just wouldn't let her up.
Hmm.
And then she blocked Jones. Which is crazy.
like that the level of tone deaf, I don't fucking how.
I don't
But
think
the
it's
thing is,
tone
this is
deaf. I
that
think it's
me and
racism.
Auntie were just on a panel today talking about this stuff early
I
in the
mean, I don't, I
morning.
don't, I don't think she's tone deaf. I think she knew exactly what tone she was playing.
Even
Um,
still, that's toned up as fuck. This guy still has the currents running through his body, and she's hosting his live. That's fucking toned up as fuck.
she can't be too tone deaf because there were 600 people in her live, and she had a gift goal of $500.
The
Ooh.
gift goal and the big tipping sign, that was fucking wild. Like she might have been able to save some grace if she had like turned off gifts for everyone.
No, she knew exactly what she was doing.
Fucking
Like,
wild.
she's not, she's not. I'm not giving her tone deaf. Like, she knew exactly what the fuck she was doing.
understand you can know what you're doing and still be tone deaf as fuck. It's like when whichever Kardashian was like telling people they just need to work harder.
No, that's tone deaf.
That was Kim.
Oh, okay, Kim.
That's tone deaf. Like, this woman, I do not think this woman had any bit of confusion about the message that she was putting out. I don't think she didn't realize like what she was doing or how it was going to be read or what the tone of it was. I think her tone was racist and it was intentionally racist. Like, based on the people that she platformed, like, I don't know. I mean, I understand what y'all are saying, but I think tone deaf gives her an out.
It kind of lets her off the hook.
Oh yeah, I disagree with
Yeah.
that. Being tone deaf, no, you're very much on the hook. Yeah, no, tone deafness is I would say part and parcel of lack of apathy. So
Mm. Okay.
I mean, at the bare minimum, with the current climate of this nation, how is that not a thought?
that's what I'm saying. Right,
What the
exactly.
reaction from the Black
Do y'all
community is
really
going to
think that
be?
it wasn't a thought?
No,
You
I
really
don't. I
think that
don't.
this
I don't
woman
think. I
didn't?
don't think that little girl has any idea the hellfire that's going to rain down upon her.
How not? When she was talking about the hellfire that was raining down upon her in the live,
Yeah, but do you think they've stopped
I think she
antibiotics?
was.
she
I think
was
she was
talking
here.
about people sending her death threats
Right,
and
right, right.
rape
But
threats, and you were reading the comments. You saw what she was saying in the comments.
right, but it's
I mean,
like
what the
she was
people
in
were
too
saying. The
deep.
people were telling her in the comments.
Right, but she was
No,
in too
fuck
deep.
that.
That
This little girl is completely culpable.
Is that
She
Raven
knew
who said that?
exactly what she's
Yep.
doing, and she's 100% responsible for
I
the
get
shit
it.
that she did.
I
What?
understand. I'm saying it is an in too deep situation where that's what she finally said. I had
I
to go
can't
make a
read
phone
that.
call. Like, come on,
Yo.
who's
What
Raven?
does that
Why is
say?
that significant?
So this is the live I held earlier about it, calling for people to speak up and take action.
Oh, I thought that was a screenshot
And
of
Oh
Anne's live.
no.
Raven in the comments.
Who is Raven?
It's another
Um,
person on here.
That's a trans
Oh,
woman.
YT trans woman who has already been called out for saying racist
No,
shit.
I'm
oof.
not giving that little girl no outs. I'm sorry.
No, no
She
Why?
ain't getting those
outs.
from me. She did exactly what she planned to do.
Hmm.
Oh, not me talking on mute again. Let me clarify so I know I'm on the same page.
Yeah, and Cookie, could you not engage
Raven.
in Latina erasure? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm sorry. Can we just clarify that Raven is in there saying we backing Schmurders now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh.
Like, I've heard about this case for the last 5 years, and I went live about it earlier today, and that's the choice words that Raven stood on.
What are you confused about, furry dolphin?
Didn't the person who was unalived's family say
Yep, they said they didn't want him to be
Yep.
unalived, or they said they didn't
Yeah.
want him to. Yeah, for him to be unalived, right? And you know what's wild also is I would not be surprised to learn down the road that this was done to like cover the tracks, as it has happened in the past, to cover the tracks of the incredibly prejudicial quote unquote justice system
But
because of the fucking liability they're going to be facing now.
the prosecutor also wanted the stay of execution.
Fucking wild.
Yeah, the original prosecutor turned around and said, in light of new evidence, we should not be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
There's evidence that could
and they
exonerate.
still didn't?
So
Can
what, he
I
was innocent?
can I say there was evidence to suggest that he was, and I believe he was. Um, can I say so? I stomached that live for like a few minutes before she ended it. I want to say the sterile way that and I just said this on Janti's live. The sterile way that these people up there was talking about it, talking about him, talking about his Cortez. The sterile and calculated and cold way that they were discussing
It's detached.
completely, and it's base. It's disgusting. And I just can't. I don't understand how, like, what kind of a
Oh shit, I can't
sociopath.
do that. Can we tap the screen? Can we get us up to past 1,000 likes?
Socially maladaptive person. Yeah.
This woman is a sociopath. I'm
Like a
sorry, I
socially
don't care.
maladaptive person, right?
Right? No, yeah, you can keep correcting my language. I'm going to keep saying what I'm saying.
Okay, let's not be ableist. There's no need for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, I do care. Let's not be
I,
ableist. Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, I do care. Let's not be ableist then.
Well, I don't care.
Yeah, I understand, but like, there's no need to be
No,
ableist.
I understand. So,
Right.
yeah, she's a sociopath. I don't care. I
Yeah,
said what I said.
it's like a
Yeah,
outdated, an
that's
antiquated
fine.
diagnostic term, right? Is
I said
racism
what I
okay
said.
if you're angry enough?
I said what I said.
Right. So no need for ableism, though.
Yeah, I said what I said.
I understand. It
Yeah,
says
so
more about
just
you.
shut
Go
the
ahead.
yeah, it does. Just shut the fuck up
It
and let me
does.
finish my point.
Yeah, there's no need for ableism, right?
Shut the fuck up.
No.
Yeah, shut up.
No.
Oh, you lucky I don't have my you lucky I don't have my powers up in this bitch.
You mute me for calling out ableism?
How was that ableist?
It's not ableist.
It absolutely is, but all right.
But no, pause. How was that what you just said ableist?
Right, so calling someone a sociopath, that's an outdated diagnostic term that is used to dehumanize, undermine, and otherize psychiatrically ill people. Yeah.
Well,
so basically,
like we just had a whole ass conversation about this over the last 24 hours. Like being upset with someone does not justify ableism. So
I don't
I'm not
care.
gonna lie to you. I don't really see that as ableism. I can understand.
I mean, okay, it is absolutely ableist to use outdated, antiquated diagnostic terms. She's socially maladaptive for sure.
It's been used for hundreds of years. Well, not hundreds of years.
Oh, so if a slur or microaggression is used for hundreds of years, then it's okay.
And the fact that you're comparing the fact that you're comparing ableism to racism, as if Black people can't experience ableism because
no,
you
they absolutely can. They're two marginalizations.
Because you don't like the word that is still common practice to use.
Slurs and microaggressions are common practice. It's a sad part of our society.
God, I'm trying not to be ableist right now. No shade.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, because if you really want me to be ableist, I can't be.
That's a weird flex, but okay.
It's not a flex.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but.
Can we go on?
I'm trying to finish a fucking statement, and this white man doesn't even let me finish.
Not even white. That's wild to say as well.
White passing, white presenting, cracker. Won't even let me finish my statement.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I use the word sociopath.
Yeah.
You look white to me, boo.
Okay. And Kamala looks Indian to a lot of racists. So, it's your point. Misracing isn't cool either.
Yeah, I don't care.
I know you don't. That's fine. It's sad.
I don't.
Y'all too woke for me. I just can't even ask the question.
I don't give a fuck.
That speaks volumes. Go ahead.
Yep. Are you gonna let me go ahead, or are you gonna keep fucking talking?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it ableism for sure. So the socially maladaptive person said something you don't like. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this bitch. Is that? Can I say that, or is that misogynistic?
It's not ableist. That's somebody else.
But that's misogynistic, though, right?
Ostensibly, that's not my battle.
Yeah. So why don't you shut the fuck up and let me finish my statement?
Only because you said please. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say please. I said shut the fuck up.
Okay. No.
Cracker. Um,
It's a weird thing to say, but all right.
it's not weird.
Yeah, to
That's
misrace someone, that's the same thing a bunch of racists are doing about our future president. So,
So wait. So what are you? I'm
yeah,
just
so I don't
curious.
believe BIPOC people owe
he's
an
a white
explanation of their
presenting
identity. So,
he's a white presenting a
I was about to
Latino.
say, I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw you, and
Latino's not a
thought
race.
you were a
Yeah,
white
your
guy. I'm
race
not
is
gonna lie to
white.
you.
Definitely not. That's fucking wild.
I'm not gonna
Your
lie to you.
race is white.
Calling out ableism doesn't mean I'm racist, but okay.
No,
I didn't
I'm
say
just
you're a
saying.
racist.
I definitely
Oh,
thought you
thought
were a
you said
white guy.
racist white, but yeah, my race is absolutely
No,
not
I
white.
said you're a
Why
racist.
Your
are we
race
why
is
are
Yeah, it
white.
absolutely is not white, but okay.
why are we like not talking about the topic?
I was trying to talk about the topic,
Right, I was
but
just clarifying that ableist language is, harmful, regardless of how angry we might be at a
doesn't
person.
that
So this socially
doesn't
maladaptive person, sure.
that there has to be consensus for that word to be considered ableist, right?
Sure, I can pull up sources. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. There will
So
never be consensus on
so
any word.
so
There are plenty of people who would
so
say the N slur is not racist. So
But I
okay.
mean,
So as someone who doesn't feel a sociopath is ableist,
okay. So are you cool when people say that they don't feel that anti-Latino slurs and microaggressions are not anti-Latino?
I don't
they're
care.
not. You
I
can't
don't
equate the
care.
two.
I
You
don't
can't
Yeah,
really
equate the
care
slurs
two.
though.
and
It's not the same.
they absolutely are equatable. Yep,
No, they're not.
they are. But okay.
So you are so
So
okay. So your
using
contention is saying
um
sociopath and the N word are the same thing. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I said the N word is a slur,
No,
just
no,
like
no.
the R slur is a slur. But I would say that microaggressions are parallel for sure.
It's too woke in here for me.
Yeah, it is for
so
me too. Auntie, I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna drop.
the
I can't share space with this guy. This guy is a fucking asshole. He's a loser. And you know what? You were fucking annoying. That's why people didn't want to add you to their
Hey,
panel.
all of that is true, and none of it is a slur or a microaggression, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, so
But
okay, I came up here because I was curious. I've never heard of this guy until like yesterday, and like I was reading it, and I was like, the things that he was accused of was like horrific. I didn't go into super detail about it, and I was like, okay. And I know like someone was saying like life in prison would be better, and I'm like, okay, that's still his whole life, but I don't. I mean, don't get
well,
me
I mean, the
wrong.
fact is there was exculpatory evidence that was ignored by they refused to grant him a new trial. There was exculpatory evidence that came to light after he was convicted that should have that they should have allowed a new trial, and he should have been exonerated. But he was not given a new trial, um, and he wasn't. There was no stay of execution or anything like that. And so, at the point where there's DNA evidence to suggest that there's a reasonable doubt, um, a person shouldn't have their life taken away.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm with you there. Like I said, I was just curious. Like, cause like what the person said, like, oh, we're protecting murderers. I was like, I don't know. I just didn't. My whole thing is until I have like all the facts, I don't really base an opinion about anything. I like to just know before I just say
Hmm.
something about it. That's just my whole thing. That's why I'm asking. I just want to know more because I see a lot of people posting about it, and I'm like, okay, what really happened here? But no, I
Hmm.
feel it. But I agree with you though. If there was evidence that pointed to him being innocent, then they should have, went further and gave him a trial, gave him a fair trial, um, to be exonerated.
Yeah, the reality is it's really hard to get a new trial once you've been
Convicted.
convicted,
Mm-hmm.
and
Every time,
they need to change the laws
I think,
around that.
yeah. But I think that with things like this, if people can come together to try to get a petition signed to try to stay his I don't know if I can say that, but to get that stopped, then I think that people should come together to try to work on getting some of those laws changed.
Hmm.
Like we should be voting for different, a change in our justice system so that things like this don't happen. I mean, just like with the Breonna Taylor case, when they passed new legislation to prevent those types of things from happening. Like there are things that we can do. So I think that this is just me personally. I'm not bashing anybody. I think that instead of going to social media, being mad on social media, because a lot of people were just doing that, I think that there are more important things that we can do to make sure that these things don't happen and to prevent them from happening to other innocent people. Because, I mean, let's be realistic. I'm sure that this is not the first and it won't be the last time something like this happens. So instead of us, making posts and panels, let's actually go and try to find out what we can do as far as passing new legislation, because it is possible.
Okay, let me stop right here. Using a mental health diagnosis as an insult is ableist.
Yep.
Like,
Also, Wrath, I am a POC. I'm not tone policing you. I'm calling out your use of diagnostic terms as ableist. And Wrath, I have no issue with you. We've got the shit before, and
and
that's fine.
at
It
the
is
same
ableist.
time, I don't think that she was using it as an insult. I think she was
Well, no, she was
literally
saying
saying,
this sociopath is blah 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 blah. That is a
like,
disparaging and
she was
pejorative.
she was
I
talking
think
about
she
the
was
and
describing the person.
other people have that Irish was over. Well, Irish people on Irish's panel were describing her lack of affect and
Which
her
is
lack
also
of like.
ableist as fuck. That is a common trope within the autistic community. To call out monotone, flat affect is hyper ableist. And again, I'm more than happy to provide sources. So
Hey, bro. Nobody cares. I ain't gonna lie to you.
that's really
Nobody
sad.
cares.
Well, we
That's
do
really
care, and
sad to
that's
say
why
nobody
No,
cares about ableism.
I'm not saying that like
That
that,
speaks
but I'm saying
volumes.
like
And
we're talking.
that speaks volumes that you'd say nobody
So
cares about ableism.
right now we're talking about the life of a man who was just taken, and
I
you're talking
understand, and
about
it's
ableism.
totally fucked, right? And that
So,
has under no
okay,
circumstances that
okay.
merit or justify
So
ableism.
let me ask you a
Oh,
question. Let me
Lord.
ask you a question. Would you go to someone's funeral and start like being woke there and telling them, correcting their language
What
while
does
they're
being
mourning?
woke mean?
I'm just saying, like, you trying to police everybody for what they say in their language and
I'm
what they,
not policing anybody.
I mean,
But you
you just
are.
literally
I'm
went back
absolutely
and
not.
forth with somebody
But you
about
are
ableism
though.
I'm absolutely not
instead
calling out
of
ableism,
no,
not policing.
Especially,
All right.
especially somebody who's very
Pause.
YT presenting.
So okay, pause.
Again,
I don't, I don't.
my presentation has nothing to do with calling out ableism. So
I mean,
Pause. So
I've never seen Crack Up, so I don't necessarily know that
I ain't gonna
You can
lie,
go right
Craig.
on
He
his
looks,
profile and see,
he looks
honey.
like
it
a
doesn't matter
white
if I
guy.
look like a fork in a microwave. There's nothing. There's has
I'm not
nothing to
gonna.
do with race
No.
calling
I'm
out
not.
ableism.
This is the thing. I'm not saying that I don't really care if you're
listen.
white passing, white tea, black. I don't care what you are. To be quite honest with you, I'm just saying it doesn't matter. It's not that deep. To be quite honest with you, and that's just
Are
me
you a
personally.
disabled
Well,
person?
I'm not speaking for everybody. I don't think it's that
Okay.
deep.
listen.
Are you
We're
a disabled
talking.
person?
No.
Okay, cool. So then it doesn't need to be that deep for you.
Yeah, it's not that deep.
Right.
It's not
But
that
it's
deep.
not for you, but for an entire marginalized community, it absolutely is.
Yeah,
And
it's
just as the trans community, and I'm not speaking for the trans community, but my understanding is that just as
brother,
the trans community is fucking sick and tired of people
brother,
pointing out a
brother.
person's trans identity who
Brother,
because they did something shitty, I'm
you
tired
are
of
not the
people being just willfully
brother.
and rampantly
You are
ableist.
not the
On
crusader.
the basis
You are not
again
the Cape
using
Crusader.
antiquated diagnostic terms
Hey,
to
you are
call
not the
someone out
Cape
is
Crusader.
totally ableist. So.
Yeah, I mean it is, and I think that you've made your point. I think that that we should continue to have the conversation without using ableist microaggressions, and we
Rad.
should focus on what the conversation is.
Marcellus,
What we're here to talk about. Like, I do think that when we are, we have to be careful when we're using terms, mental health terms to talk about people, and it's not an actual diagnosis. I mean, it's true they don't use the term psychopath or sociopath anymore. It's now both have been grouped together under somebody
personality
help me, I'm
disorder.
old.
I think it's
Antisocial personality
anti-personality
disorder.
disorder.
Right.
Yeah.
And people
So
who have antisocial personality disorder deserve
It's
treatment, and
it's
they deserve to
ASPD,
live.
antisocial personality disorder.
Uh-huh. and they deserve treatment, and they deserve to live their lives in a positive and productive way,
Amen.
and not be stigmatized or marginalized because they have a mental health disorder. So
Exactly.
let's please move on. I think we've spent enough time on this. I think that I agree that the term was ableist, and I'll hope that we can go forward without any more ableism.
That'd be good.
Bro, Pump, why?
It's no
was
shade.
unnecessary.
Who is
It was
that?
Really?
unnecessary. It was completely
Like, come
unnecessary.
on. Call a spade a spade.
Who is that?
You
A
know who
tra-
that is? That's
a,
you.
uh,
LOL. That is okay.
That,
Yep, that's me.
that's
not
not
crack
him.
up.
Yeah, that's totally me, you guys.
that's on your profile.
No, it's not.
It's definitely
It's
not
not.
him.
That's
Is
not.
that maybe a
Oh,
shared video, a
yo,
reposted video?
you
That's
you
not.
got
That's
me
not him.
so
No.
good. Nice work.
Isn't that your Instagram?
It's not cracked up.
That's
That's
not
not
him.
crack up.
So close.
I'd tell you, Pumpkin. I would.
Lol.
Dude.
So
Not a
close. You
repost.
almost got me.
Y'all are so petty. Let's move
Yeah, it's just like
on. Jesus.
so close.
So close.
Yeah, I love that. I love that the
I don't know.
cards pop right out of the deck when I call it ableism. It's fucking wild. Also, Alex being hella quiet over there, buddy.
I thought what you were saying was perfectly adequate.
Okay.
Let me
I
take
mean,
it. So,
I actually did
So,
pop in to
so,
agree with you. I just don't think you heard me.
Yeah.
so let me say this. It's not about what you said. It's about how you said it, and you just kept dragging it on and on. It was more. It was instead of it being correction,
Not
it
supposed
became
to.
more of you
I said the
wanting
same
to
thing 6
have the
times.
last
Socially
word.
maladaptive person. How else would you like me to say it?
So okay, I mean, you could have just made your point and then moved on.
I did, and it was ignored. So
But
no.
no,
Exactly. It doesn't mean
you,
that if somebody has to comply to you.
yeah, they don't have to
Yeah, that's
comply.
fine. So
Exactly.
You
so
can't
let me know the
control
next time
people.
you hop into a live and you tolerate anti-blackness and let the person
I
just
don't
carry
care,
on.
to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
It doesn't
All
bother
right.
me.
Okay.
Like if you want me
Just
to be
like if they
one,
call me the Teasler, I'm not crying about it.
exactly. I don't care.
Hey, that's
It
fine.
doesn't bother me.
You choose what you care about. I care about advocacy
Exactly.
for
So
disabled
you're
people.
fighting
So
for something that doesn't even involve me. It wasn't that deep.
yeah,
Okay,
again, so
so
as
I
a
just need you to
non-disabled
know that
person, it's a
everybody
bizarre
else
thing
is
for you to
carrying
say.
this
All
on, and
right.
he's actually
hey, can we be
condoned to
respectful
let's move on.
to Auntie Wada and keep it pushing with the actual topic?
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say. So you believe that we should ban
Keep carrying
the
on.
penalty?
Oh, absolutely.
Why
It's
do you
too
believe
much.
that?
It's too much. It's too much uncertainty in the death in the unaliving penalty. It's like
Okay. So
too many. Like it's too many people who were on unalive row have been exonerated with the advent of
oh yeah,
DNA
yeah.
evidence
Yep.
for
So
us
okay, do
to
you? Oh,
to
I'm sorry, not to
continue
cut
to
you off.
rely on that practice.
So I was gonna say like, so okay, do you believe like, okay, like if it was like
This is
absolutely certain,
literally an innocent man that just got unalive.
so so if someone is absolutely certainly guilty, do you still believe like it's a no?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
So nobody is ever absolutely certainly guilty. So
I mean, what do you mean by that?
I
in a civil case, it is based on the preponderance of the evidence, and on a criminal case, it's based on the totality of the circumstances. That's why it is beyond a shadow of a doubt somebody is guilty. That's also why nobody is ever proven innocent in a court of law. It's just guilty or not guilty, and it is based on again the totality of the circumstances. There have been many, many, many people who were thought to be absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty, who were then put to unalive by the state, who were then later exonerated, acquitted, or found to not have been guilty posthumously through DNA evidence.
So what I was saying,
The unalive penalty is state sponsored schmurder. That's all it is.
what I was saying is if someone was absolutely guilty, like they did that.
Yeah, so I would defy you to provide a case in which that has been
I
found where I
mean,
couldn't
like,
prove it.
okay,
Like I couldn't
so
tell you how it could be
for instance,
unproven.
like, okay, like a guy, like the Sandy Hook Pew Pew man, like he
Yeah.
walked in there, they had him do that. Do you believe that he deserved that, the penalty?
No.
Again, no, because I don't support the unalive penalty, and I'm saying that they're like it's sort of a stranger things have happened thing, and so it's like this being in prison till you unalive, right? Like organically of natural consequences, or natural like a natural unaliving, natural causes. That is incredibly shitty, but being put to unalive and being innocent, I believe it was Benjamin Franklin who said, better to, what was it? It's better to convict, or no, excuse me, better to release 1,000 guilty men than to convict one innocent one.
So let me say this: 57% of people freed or exonerated by the Innocence Project have been black. 52%
Yep.
of people exonerated since 1989 have been black. 75% of those who were exonerated after a guilty plea were black. Like the unalive penalty is not meted out equally in this
Certainly not.
country. You are many times more likely to be unalived by the state if you are black. And you are even more times more likely to be unalived by the state if you are black and your victim is YT. And even more times more likely to be unalived by the state if your YT victim is a woman. Like, this is unequal justice.
Yep.
And it is just until our justice system is fixed and we can say beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt that racism is not at play in these decisions, we need a moratorium on that penalty. I don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that taking somebody's life is ever going to bring anybody back. It's never going to undo the harm that was caused.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it's never going to heal the loss that a family experiences.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's just the prison system in general is just weird. I mean, like even if you don't unalive them. I mean, you spend their entire life like with. I mean, they're being paid for and put up by taxpayers' money, but it's kind of weird to me. Like,
And
So what?
the
I would
cases
rather
of black
pay
people
for
exonerated
that.
from unalive convictions are 50% more likely to involve police misconduct than those of white people exonerated from unalive convictions.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know. I just look at things differently, I guess.
It's still a life. Like, how can I ask you a question? Are you pro-life?
Yeah.
Figures. You're pro-life for an infant, just not someone who's what?
Who might be innocent? Yeah.
No,
To be clear, not
I'm
even
more
Rika,
so.
not even for an infant.
Doesn't care
Pro-life for an amoral fetus, but not a potentially
Or
innocent human being.
okay. So I'm saying.
I mean, by
Fair.
saying he was pro-life, he already said he doesn't give a shit about women or
Yep.
trans men.
Or female envies.
Uterus havers, past and present.
I'll definitely.
Uterus havers, past and
That's why
present.
I asked if about absolute certainty, about absolute guilt. Yeah, I believe that people who do terrible things don't deserve to live. That's personally my opinion.
Who appointed you judge and jury of everyone?
I didn't say again. I said that's my personal opinion. I didn't say that that's what we should do.
Right, but under what authority do you think you have the right
To judge people?
and just to say that somebody else's life, they don't deserve to have breath?
That's just my opinion. That's just what I feel. I didn't say anybody.
No, I'm
appointed
just
me
wondering
judge
though,
and
where
jury.
does that audacity come from?
I'm just saying people who do terrible
Like, does
things.
it just come with a penis, or I'm just wondering where it comes from?
I mean, if that's the
Also,
stance that you want me to take, then yeah, I think
Why I'm
Wada,
phallophobic, Rika.
Sorry.
Wada, do you remember, by any chance, what was the source that you pulled up for those stats you brought up?
The Innocence Project.
Oh, love that. Okay, so let's just see here. Let's just go ahead and take a look. So I thought I saw something here. Hold on. So for those of you who quote unquote don't think it's too deep, this is also from the Innocence Project. People with certain disabilities may be more
Thank God.
susceptible to suggestion during police interrogations, leading them to make false confessions or statements. And
Yeah.
again, I would love to hear what you would say if a YT person said, "Oh my God," when you brought up a stat showing racism. But cool. A
Okay.
National
I'm
Registry of
gonna. Yeah.
Exonerations report. Yeah, a
Happens
National
all the
Registry of
time,
Exonerations.
actually.
Sure,
This is
a National Registry of Exonerations report found that from 1989 to 2020, 70% of people who falsely confessed and were exonerated had a mental illness or intellectual disability. Very
Mm-hmm.
cool. Very cool. Glad I could cover that. For those of you who don't think it's too deep.
It's very
Oh,
deep.
I
by the
just
way,
want to say one
just to be
thing.
clear, many of those people also BIPOC, also 2S LGBTQI plus. Cool though.
No,
Not
one
to
thing I do want
mention
to say is
the
I
amount of
didn't
people that
disagree
are
with you. One second.
misdiagnosed.
One second.
I
One
don't.
thing I want to say is I didn't disagree with you. I was just telling you that you was, overdoing it.
Tone policing. Got it.
If somebody's not sitting up there, they not caring about nothing you saying, don't try to get the last word with someone. Just leave it be. At the end of the day, you
Yeah, I'm
said your
not going to leave
piece.
ableism be. So
You said your piece and it wasn't going nowhere. And you seen that it was going nowhere. I understand that, we gotta fight for things, but
Oh,
when you
shoot,
see
and
a
that's
brick
also
wall,
ableist.
when you see a brick wall, don't keep.
just to be clear, now Wrath of Ocean is saying the autism got him hyper focused. So tell me more about how I should just
Whoa.
be cool to, yeah. Is that cool too?
Oh
This is
no,
why
Right.
we bring these things
that's
up, because
not
this is
cool
how this happens.
Tell me how I should
That's
police
not
my, or
cool
how I should
because
check
my
my tone
oldest
with that
son
now.
have autism. He's on the spectrum, and I don't play that when it comes down to that.
Oh,
At
okay,
the end of
cool.
the day,
So yeah, just who you're defending, but cool.
Y'all, we really
no,
do.
I wasn't
Like
defending
it's
her.
no
I
shade.
said
It's no
I.
shade. It's no shade. I have been challenged recently about my own ableist language. And I'm learning a lot from Crack Up and Alex about how ableism is woven into our everyday language. And like backing up off of that kind of stuff can be difficult because it challenges you to learn like new language and to put away like harmful language that you've become used to using. And so a lot of us are resistant to that, but we need to do this work, as people who care about intersectionality, as people who many of us are ourselves disabled or atypical. We need to do this work and to recognize the ways that this shit is sewn into the fabric of this society in the same way that racism is, in the same way that classism is, in the same way that sexism and misogyny and
Exactly.
homophobia
Exactly.
and transphobia are
Yep.
all woven into the fabric of
Yep.
this nation, and we
Yep.
need to challenge it. So
Right.
I like
And I'm like,
it's
Up, hold on.
frustrating sometimes to be reminded, because it makes you do the work to be more creative in the ways that we communicate. But like we have to step down off of that ego stuff and just like accept that this stuff can be harmful to some people. And a lot of times the shit that we're doing is harmful to ourselves. Like using mental health diagnosis. I got a fucking like uh, a baker's dozen of mental health diagnosis, and it's like with when I'm using these terms, like it's harmful to me. It's harmful to people like me, but it's become so easy to say that somebody's dumb, to say that somebody is the R word or the I word, like, but in reality, um, it like that's like we have to do better. We have to do better. We have to do better. And thank you, Crack Up, for holding us accountable.
you got it.
Come on.
That's it. We can go back to the conversation.
So there's somebody in the comment section that is saying a guilty man unalived. I'm just curious.
Excuse the fuck out of me? Oh, that's a shock.
I mean, no,
That seems real strange coming from that account, but okay.
that's what I was thinking.
But I think the first part they said there's something opposite. They said that is guilty triggered me.
Yeah,
Uh,
Sedan, I'll drop for Sedan. If I mean that might even be like a dupe account. I don't know. Here, I'll drop for Sedan.
Wait a minute.
I think it
not
was
guilty.
necessary.
Thank you.
that
Thank
was
you.
yeah.
That's why I was like, wait, what?
Y'all were about to attack her. I don't think that's what she was saying.
How was that an
I
attack?
meant to put quotation marks.
Hurry, calm down.
Yeah, we were literally going to bring them up here to have to ask them, not to attack them.
I didn't even go off.
Yeah, no, I've been like sad about this. I meant to put quotation marks around guilty because like the background immediately says is guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is sad. Like when I came in here, I literally thought this was your background.
Oh
But
no,
thank
this
God
is a
it's not.
screenshot of
Yeah.
someone else's live that they ran today, the day that he was unalived.
Yeah.
Didn't see any problem in doing that.
It's just like, I don't know. His last meal was chicken wings and tater tots. He died by like a lethal injection. So that's like a slow death. But yeah. If my comment was confusing, I meant to.
Oh no, you're good. I was just kind of like, what is happening? Because I saw your comment from earlier, and I was like, wait a minute, what? The two comments didn't go together.
And it was somebody who like had like a mimic
No,
or
no,
like a
no.
fan account.
No.
No.
It was me, but I didn't put quotations in it.
You're good.
I was meaning to quote that background.
Punctuation can really come in handy.
Yeah.
I saw that. I know.
Yeah, we only brought you up to clarify. Things get lost in translation and comments.
I appreciate y'all holding this live because it is needed. And I appreciate everyone for holding this space. That background is just disgusting.
It is disgusting. And she ran this less than an hour after he was unalive.
There were 500 people in that live. Am I looking at that correctly?
And she had a gift goal of $500.
Yeah, I was gonna say your background's not showing you, but it says like tip goal and then the thing like a big flag. It's fucking wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is someone who is allegedly a what is it called? A leftist, a progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of times leftists and progressives overstep, and they don't know. Sometimes like the way they broach emotional subjects is so cold and calculated that they completely miss the mark.
There was like no evidence, none. No DNA evidence, no fingerprints, nothing. Nothing. So to sit here and say, oh, he's guilty, but ban the death penalty is crazy to me.
Do you support the unalive penalty?
What's your question?
She just said no.
Oh, it's the juxtaposition. Got it. All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that statement is very contradicting. It's just very contradicting to like what everyone else has been saying, that he's like not guilty and he shouldn't get the death penalty, but she's saying, oh, ban the death penalty. However,
Please say the unalive penalty.
We can't say that.
I'm so sorry.
learned.
To the person who wanted to know why Kamala Harris hasn't come out and said something specific to this case, Kamala Harris has spoken out on the death penalty or unalive penalty many, 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 many times.
Oh my God! Why, Lord,
Also,
Kamala Harris
Doesn't
like
just happen,
almost
so I'm
ended
sure
her
she's gathering her
political
work.
career in San Francisco when she was the district attorney because her office prosecuted a cop unaliver, and she refused to seek the unalive penalty even for a cop unaliver. By refusing to seek that penalty throughout her entire career, she has been consistent. By refusing to seek that penalty in her first year as an elected official in the city of San Francisco, she ran afoul of Gavin Newsom, who was the mayor at the time, and Dianne Feinstein, who also called her out for not seeking the unalive penalty for that cop unaliver. Y'all really need to know your business and do a little more research. And the way
let's
I know is I was there in San Francisco during that time. You should Google it.
let's also be very clear about the fact that the only person that can give clemency and a stay of execution is the governor of a state.
Also, Molly is saying in the comments
Or the
that
president.
Biden
Right.
called the governor of Missouri and the governor of Missouri
Governor, yes.
said no.
Well, can we address the unbalanced nature in which people are even like bringing up the subject as if like she's not the president of the United States, right? So like even if
Mhm.
like there was going to be somebody who would ask the governor to do that, it would
Yep.
be the president, right? Not her.
In that particular method, like that's the other problem with that penalty is all of the methods that they use are absolutely inhumane. Like the most painful unaliving that you can possibly receive. Like they could use morphine or any number of drugs to give somebody a smooth ride out, but instead they choose to use electric shock, and rugs that cause like excruciating unaliving.
The problem
Um,
is that the methods, for the most part, oddly enough, the methods for the most part are humane. Ideally, the problem is that they fuck up so often that that is where the problem is. That the rug proportions are not appropriate or correct, or that the voltage is not appropriate or correct, and so that's where shit gets fucked up, and it amounts to TORTURE.
mhm. Yeah, there's more humane ways than to use electric shock.
You spelled that wrong.
But if I want to say that,
TORTURE.
'cause
U-R-E. You said
Yeah,
O-R-E.
TORTURE.
I'm gonna give you shit.
Nice try.
yeah. So I'm a pro-lifer, but I'm a pro-lifer of all life, whether it's in the womb or outside the womb. I believe that no one should be unaliving anyone. It's a difference from self-defense. But even if somebody is guilty, I feel like we all, and not just all of us, because not everybody day-to-day people, citizens, we can control what the government want to do. At the end of the day, if the government want a dictatorship, they're gonna have a dictatorship.
Yeah, no, that's
But
bullshit. We can vote that out.
it's
I'm,
like,
I'm pro-life too, but I think that it's self-defense if I have an abortion. I didn't give permission for that fetus to be there.
but you kind of did. So when you sprayed your legs open, that's already giving consent for it to be there.
Not the
Boys,
consequence
we
repercussion
can
argument,
drop.
but also then if you're graped, like Jesus fucking Christ.
How did you
Wait, what
assume that was the
happened?
case? She said, "Would you spread your legs?" Like, how do you
We're
know
the
that
fucking
that's why
panel.
people get pregnant just because of that? You know what I'm saying?
When
Like,
a presumed uterus owner is talking about spreading your legs open, that's fucking wild.
um,
No, 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 no.
you just
I'm
called somebody
saying,
a hoe
yeah,
because for being pro-choice. Like, come on now.
Did she say that?
No, she
You
said
spread your legs.
when you spread your legs
Oh
open,
Jesus!
you're giving consent to. And then
This
here's the
is
thing:
too much.
even if someone were to give consent for insemination, that doesn't mean that they're giving consent to keep that in there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Consent
so,
For
for
biological
consent for
function.
like,
conf-
like,
consent for sex is not consent for
right,
pregnancy,
yeah,
and it's
right,
not
right, right,
consent to carry a baby.
right, right,
Like,
Not
right.
even
and
a
the
baby.
idea that it is really like wild to me.
Of
Um,
parasite.
like I get to choose whether or not I'm going to carry a child.
Not even a
No,
child.
no,
Well,
you're
I
not.
can't. I
No,
don't.
you're
I
not.
don't get to
No.
choose because I can't carry a child because I don't have a uterus. But
Nobody can carry
if
a
I
child. So go
did,
to you.
Hold on, Crackle.
huh?
Nobody can carry a
You're
child.
getting stuck on a
What do
semantic.
you mean?
Please don't
That's a
do that when we're
fetus.
talking about this.
Well,
Yeah, please
okay,
don't.
I'm not
So,
okay.
anthropomorphizing a fetus.
okay. So, anyways, um,
Yeah, it is okay.
Mama, Mama, I don't pull this card very often. I really don't pull this card very often. But seeing that I get to be co-host in this space, and Auntie, I'm so thankful, gives me a long leash. You are not coming back up on this panel, and you are not going to get a voice here with that kind of rhetoric coming out of your mouth. So please stop asking to come back up.
Can we get back to the topic though? Because I apologize. I just didn't want it to turn into that full side of things. I only brought it up before because I had a feeling that the same people that are very pro unalive penalty, oddly enough, tend to be the same people who are pro life, and that just feels like such a weird
Well, if
combo
we're
to
gonna be
me.
doing semantics, crack up, we're gonna say pro force birth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. It's pro-life is short for pro-life until birth.
Yeah, I
Okay, we
call them
can do
forced
that.
birthers.
Yeah, force birthers.
All right, I didn't
Carry
catch most
a
of that because I
pregnancy.
literally slid out of my chair.
Yeah, I'm about to have a
It
stillbirth in
just
like
went.
10
I mean,
minutes.
it just got real crazy. Where like somebody that I've been pretty cool with, like, just went full like force birther. Um, on the panel, and I think like nobody really wanted to hear it right now. Um, and so she was dropped.
Anyhow, back to the topic that's actually important right at this current moment.
I think, I mean,
We were,
I
because
don't
we were
think
talking about
she
the
did because
unaliving
some
penalty. Go ahead, Auntie. I'm sorry.
somebody else was asked if they were
I
pro life.
asked
And then
the
she
guy.
said, I'm pro life too, but I'm pro life like throughout the life cycle, meaning she doesn't like really support the unalive penalty at all either. And then when she was challenged for not supporting a woman's right to her own bodily autonomy, she said, well, you chose when you opened your legs, which is really like so many ways wrong. Like, there's so much wrong with that statement. Um, I know it wasn't your intention to be disrespectful, and I hope that we can on another night when folks are less focused on what has recently happened, have a conversation.
The
Um,
unaliving of an innocent man.
yeah,
So, Antiwada, would you consider the live that is this? I mean, to me, it feels like the same example of somebody capitalizing off harm that's come to a marginalized person or marginalized group of people, particularly somebody who is not a part of that community, with a tip jar and all. I
hmm
mean, we've been
Oh
talking about
yeah,
this for the last few days. This just feels like another
yeah.
example.
Yeah, we were talking about this today. And it is another example of somebody who's capitalizing off a community that they don't belong to. Yeah, but this is disgusting.
Stop it, white
Um,
people.
yeah, that was weird. I mean, that was really. Oh, I'm
No, it's
about to
fine.
do
That
it, y'all.
situation can be weird, crazy, wild. That's fine. It's fine. Jesus, that was really really bizarre.
Yeah,
But
it was
but then
bizarre.
not letting people from the Black community up to speak on it shows a whole different level of intentionality behind it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
don't know. I don't think she's gonna be able to come back from this.
Probably not.
So wait. We've talked about this. We were talking about this on the last live about restorative justice and things like that. What would somebody like this need to do?
Has Anne been pulled up for this? What do you mean? It was her
No, she was
live.
saying. Yeah, no, she was saying that she was getting hate messages and unaliving things, and like during the live apparently. And there were people in well, Krakow could tell you in Mr. Jones's live saying that what's her at, and they were sending her messages. What kind of restorative justice would there be for somebody who ran a live like this?
Maybe I don't
Um,
understand the question.
I would
It was
expect
something
her
we talked about
to
earlier, crack
I
up.
would expect her
Well,
to
okay.
take all that $500 that she got and take it to the Innocence Project and show the receipt on live.
Yeah.
Pamela, no. Girl.
Pamela, that's fucking wild.
All right. Of course, you have 0 followers, and you call yourself handsome and wealthy. Dear God, like there's so much wrong with that person. Unapologetically American. Why don't you grow some huevos then and request?
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say,
I was
how is
just
it that
about to block
Cheeto
him.
hasn't showed up?
Gross ass.
10 seconds. Oh, they can't join. They have 0 followers.
I'm
By
shocked.
Yeah.
unapologetically American.
Just,
Don't apologize in the next live.
Good Lord.
We not doing that today.
Trump, peace, prosperity, and free. Shut the fuck up.
We
One
not
of these
doing that.
things is not like
Go,
the
go to
others.
go to the
No.
top of Shut the Fuck Up Mountain. Jump off of Shut the Fuck Up Mountain. Fuck all the way off and shut the fuck up. I'll do a laugh.
Cookie, you moving too fast. I tried to block him for this live. Or mute him for this live.
Well, she wanted to read first.
Where'd she go?
Took a lap for what she
I
said.
said she was taking a nap.
Okay.
Cookie, are you on one right now?
Hey,
Listen,
friends.
What's up,
Hello,
Pamela?
darling.
Hey, Amala, don't say things like that, okay?
Amala.
Now, we know I say a lot of things,
I'm aware.
and I've been working on a few of them things,
I'm
I feel another
aware.
block coming
but I
on. It's in my
stand by
phone.
what I said about Miss Big Eyebrows that thinks she can run lives about black people.
Hey,
Them eyebrows are big.
Big as hell and don't even match the hair. Is
I
that
just
what
don't
that
want you
lady
to
meant when
say
she said
about
bleach
me.
blonde bad built? I think it was.
I think that's what she was talking about. Them eyebrows is big as fuck. Like,
Her eyebrows is still back in the 2010s. Ridiculous. It's 2024.
girl, it's given 1984 in Brooke Shields, honey.
Even my
Like,
little angel baby is in agreement. You hear him? He just went, ah. He saw them eyebrows. He said, Mama, them eyebrows was tore up.
You're out of control, Pamela.
The Jamaican.
Somalia.
Wait. I'm screenshotting that.
I had it up earlier, Pamela.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting that
She's not
too.
looking at her screen.
This is gonna be the background for my call out live. Watch, you harlots. I'm gonna call y'all anti-Jamaicans with only 2 scoops of hair
Hey, I
and
got
hard feet.
I think I'm down to a scoop and a half, to be honest.
I don't know. You down to like
Half
0.3
What does
scoops.
pulled up mean? Are you saying was she?
People
What?
pull up. You know, pull up.
Well, not everyone can
No, she's saying like
understand.
was she pulled up? But like I think the lady was let known like she wasn't accepting black guests. She blocked
Oh, is
Mr.
she
Jones.
Australian?
I don't think
Adorna.
so. She blocked Adorna.
She did block a door now.
She blocked Adorna. She blocked Mr. Jones, and she blocked Sav. And
I'm
and then
surprised Lady P didn't go up in there.
Jovan.
she blocked Jovan too.
Yeah.
And
Which is
then she
also bizarre
only
because they were, from my recall, they were fucking mods in each other's spaces. Like, they were tight.
and then she only was letting YT people on the panel. There were no black people allowed up on the panel.
She knew what she was doing.
Right.
She
And
knew
then
what
she
she was
wants
doing.
people to feel bad for people voicing their opinions towards her. Voice
How old is she?
them.
Do we know how old she is?
I don't
I
care.
don't care.
10.
Guaranteed. She's
Oh, no,
gonna
wait,
come
that
back
might
and
be
say,
ages.
it wasn't me, it was my mods. Guaranteed.
Wait, Enrica, how old is she?
No, I don't know. That's why I was
Just
asking.
I don't know,
as
23,
Because I don't,
maybe
I
24.
don't, I don't, I don't use
I can
excuses
confirm
for age.
this.
I
I can
hate
confirm
age
this. Anna is
excuses.
24.
Oh,
She's
okay.
24 years old.
So she knows better.
Okay.
She's
what's
not
up,
5?
Justice?
Okay.
Well, hey, Chris. But
Okay.
yeah, she's 24. I know. I
Not a
actually
minute.
know her. It has been.
And
Then
she's the
she's
same
old
age
enough
as
to
you,
know that she
Jana.
needs to redo her
It'll also
eyebrows.
Probably avoids
it'll
you.
also be
Wait,
interesting
what
to see
happened?
what
Because
Josh
Hot
Ain't
DeBase
she
Flashes
the
says
same
about
age as
this.
you?
No, I'm 21. She's older than me,
Oh.
acting like this.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you know better.
hmm
I'm not
Okay.
gonna lie. I have some eyebrow envy. My eyebrows are white. You can't see them. I wouldn't mind having eyebrows like that, like a fucking shape.
So who's
Now, Rika,
25?
them eyebrows will take
Angelica's
up your whole
25.
entire forehead.
I got a 5 head. We're good.
Well, it's going to take up the
Pamela.
whole 5.
They
She
like
also.
that on
You guys were
purpose.
talking about how she blocked. She also blocked me too, and I was wondering why that happened. And then I saw Jovan go live and call her out, and I thought, well, that must be why she blocked me.
Can we just be honest? How is somebody that's head is built like Roger from American Dad trying to speak on a topic like this
Hey, don't
and
hate
then
on
being
Roger.
heavily racist on top of it? She
Don't
looked
hate
like
on
Roger in a
Roger.
wig.
Well, Roger wears wigs all the time.
hmm
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wait, is that an actual term?
Roger.
Roger?
No,
That's a
blacklash.
ki-
It is
What?
today.
No, it's backlash.
Yeah, we make up words.
Wait,
We make
no,
up words all the
blacklash is
time.
kind of better because the black people is lashing.
Yeah, we make up terms all the time.
I'm sorry. What are
Silly
you
girl,
talking
what is a
about?
national woman?
What?
You're
Natal.
advocating for.
What is a national woman?
That's not how you spell natal either.
They
That's
act
the
like we
abbreviation
She's
for
trying
they
to.
act
national.
like
She's
that
just
as
missing the
trans women we
apostrophe.
All I have to
Oh,
say is you're lucky I'm changing my vocabulary up because I
you
got
know
some
what,
words for
silly
you, Miss
girl?
Thing.
You know what, silly girl? You can go in the pile with the rest of the muties.
Why do they act like as trans women we owe some sort of deference to cis women? Like, child, if you're trying it, you get tried back. I don't care what like was between your legs when you popped out your mommy's poom poom. Like,
Exactly.
if you try it, you're getting tried back on period.
Mhm.
Is Poom Poom AAVE? Or am I allowed to say that one?
I
It's
think it's J.
it's Jamaica
Well,
patois,
yeah,
so no.
it's patois.
All right, thank you. I'm just
Not, yeah, neither of the AAVEs.
all the cool ones I'm not allowed to say. I'm just,
I don't
Allowed
think
is
I'm
a
allowed to say
loosely
poom
used
poom
term
because
there,
I'm
but
not
what might
Jamaican
be
either.
ostensibly proper or improper.
I just like that term. I think it's cool.
I don't think a lot of Jamaicans are gonna have a problem with you saying poom poom, but I'm not Jamaican, so I can't speak for them.
Oh yeah, apparently I found out today that I'm not Jamaican either. So
They call
Can y'all put the signs back up, please?
What we said was you aren't Jamaican.
Well, no, Nate
no,
told Pamela that she's not Jamaican.
he said that I'm not Jamaican because I'm not a Jamaican national.
Come on, Wepa.
So because you don't have citizenship, you're not
Yeah.
ethnically Jamaican.
Even though I can get citizenship because my dad. Like,
So are we gonna ignore that there's an umbrella ethnicity that exists in Jamaica with subcategories under it?
no, there isn't. That's the first time I've ever heard some shit like that ever.
How about you dual citizenships? Nice.
I've been called Fatty Boom Boom my whole life, not the non-Jamaican Fatty Boom Boom. That's all
What
I
is
know.
Pamela, what does that mean?
Fat girl.
Fatty Boom Boom. I'm gonna do a backup account called Fatty Boom Boom. Auntie Boom
That's
Boom.
cute. That does sound like a cute username.
It reminds me of the Isle of Naboombu from Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Gonna be the
You know
next
what?
thing
You
for
did not
Pamela.
bring up bed knobs and broomsticks. Holy shit.
I love that movie.
That is a throwback.
Yeah, I am ancient, remember?
That's true, but bed knobs and broomsticks, that's next level. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Then my other cousin, her nickname was Pumpkin. And for the longest time, I thought that was her actual name, but it was an insult.
Do everybody have a cousin named Pumpkin?
I'm about to say we call people
And then
pumpkin in
it's
our
funny
family,
because
but it's usually a big girl.
my other cousin, who's literally
Okay, so
Pumpkin's sister.
I'm convinced that all black people have a cousin named Pumpkin and a
No,
cousin
it
named
gets
Peaches.
worse. It gets worse though.
Oh, you got a
Because
cousin named
Pumpkin
Peaches
had her
too?
nickname, but my other cousin, her sister, she was just Shanice because she was skinny.
Wait. Do you have a cousin named? You got a cousin named Peaches too?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
I got an Akateshi.
Girl,
Bye.
do that mean Peaches?
I ain't got no peaches, but my neighbor, who's also Puerto Rican, her sister's name Peaches. They call her
Ooh.
Peaches.
You got
But I
a
bet
I got a
y'all,
big
I
mama
bet y'all
too.
don't actually have an Aunt Jemima.
No, I don't have no
Aunt
aunt.
Jemima used to make the castor oil.
Well, I
Yo,
have
get off
seen.
my
Have you
camera.
seen Wrath? Doing the poses, and Wrath's got a peach.
Oh, thank you.
I got a big mama too, Sunshine. She didn't want us to call her grandma. She made us call her big mama.
Yeah, we don't. We say abuela or abuelita. We say abuelita or abuelita.
Aww.
My mom wanted to be called
Abuelito.
grandma, and we roasted her.
My mom is Granny G.
Has anyone ever called their grandmother Nana?
I had a nana.
Yeah, my mom. They call my mom Nana. Like all the.
Yeah, my father's mother wanted me to call her Nana, so that's what I called her until she passed away.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I
My
see.
grandma and my great grandma were grandma.
We took a break
I
from
know,
discussing the background.
I know.
That's
I know.
funny.
I know at least two of y'all have a Meemaw up here.
Nope.
I used to call I used to
or
call my mom
Mama.
that when I was like
Or ma'am.
4.
Or Mama.
Oh
Nope.
my.
No. I had grandma, Nana, and then great grandma was Gigi, and great grandpa was GP.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that.
Hi, Icy.
Yes, hello. Hi. If we're not discussing the background, I can drop. I just didn't.
No, we are. It's fine.
Yeah,
We just
okay.
deviated for a second.
Did we want screenshots of Anne being implicitly racist in Discord servers? Because I have those.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Oh, wow. Auntie?
I've been.
I would love to see that actually.
Hold on,
No,
let me rub my
because-
feet together and get ready for the mess.
No, because
Okay, I'm rubbing.
we clocked it about 20 days ago. Whenever, and I also went to the page that they reposted from, because it all started because my friend saw them repost.
Oh, they're non-binary?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta make a correction on my video then.
No,
Because I said, I called her a white woman.
What's it called? But my friend clocked it because they saw that them repost something from a page, and it was like it was allegedly a joke, it was like the first screenshot, which I can show you, was that it was a cup that was like when Black women are speaking, like sit down and be quiet, or like listen, or sit down and listen. I think was the on the mug, and then like the next slide on the post was something like, but we're at a movie theater, right? It was supposed to be a joke until I go to the page, until I go to the page from which they reposted it, and it's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. So actually, I can show you those first. Hold on, let me just go here. We're gonna
Yeah,
go
I'm
here.
interested now.
Nope, I got you. Hold on, we're gonna turn on this camera. Boom. Okay, and then all right. So boom. Excuse me. I'm gonna undo this. Great. So we can see the right. So this was right. So a Black woman is speaking. Listen and learn. That was the right. So and as you can see, and reposted this right. All right. So this is the first slide, and then if I go over here, this was the next slide. Right. This is the next slide. Okay, but we're trying to watch a movie right now, right? So, like, isolated. Some could say that was a joke. Some could say that was a joke. Did it have to specifically focus on Black women? No, it didn't. So, obviously, we were already feeling some type of way about it. Mind you, this is all before I even get the stereotype from which this is based on. Because when I first see it, I'm like, it seems microaggressive because why the fuck are you focusing on Black women, right? Until I am reminded of the stereotype of how Black people are supposed to be loud in movie theaters. Once that guy told me, I was like, no, this is blatantly racist. This is blatantly racist. This is rooted in racism, right? Now, if we want even more proof, right? Because this is the page, right? Right. So I'm going to go back over. Obviously, same profile picture right there. So this is the page that they reposted from. Now, I just want you to take a look at some of these before I go into further detail. We see these. These are just the post on this profile. Let's go over. Yeah. There's more posts on the profile. Yeah. So this is like I went down like to like one of their first posts, right? So obviously I believe this is a Black Lives Matter protest, and this is the caption: "Abolish the police. We can't protect our own communities."
Wow.
You.
Oh, I'm not done. Listen, my parents came from Somalia, but I was born in the UK. You're British. I was born in America. My ancestors moved here 400 years ago. Selling land. Wait, we can continue. I'm not done. Right, this one was what? This one, imposters. Your food is unseasoned. Your countries are undeveloped.
Whoa.
All from the same page. Mind you.
Like that.
Yeah, mind you, this entire time, because I can also show you the screenshot where Anne was trying to defend that the post that they reposted was not racist. And they were actually asking several Black people in the Discord server to give an argument for why it was racist. But we can continue, right? So, because I'm not done either. This one was astronomically preposterous.
Oh my.
One day without stealing.
Fuck.
Yeah. So now let me go to some of the screenshots that I have, because what I find to be funny, right? Give me a second. Forgive me, I just had some food.
Oh. Then lick the bowl clean. We saw that, right?
Listen, all right. I don't like to waste food. Hold up. Okay. Give me a second. I want to find the good ones where they were saying something. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I got some screenshots right here. Boom, boom, boom. Going back to this. Right. So this is after they've been like clocked in the server for being racist or for reposting that. And here they are asking for the argument for that it's racist. Right. And then just going on how it's a joke and it's not that big of a deal. And they were just like, oh, it's just like the tagline was funny. That's why I reposted it. And obviously my friend is like, yeah, but it was focused on Black women. And you call yourself a leftist, blah, 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 blah. Give me a second. I want to, hold up. There was one where after enough, right. So right here is whenever, oh, sorry, give me a second. Yeah, right here is whenever they have some of their fellow YT warriors coming in to defend them. We got one right here. Let me find the other one. Boom. Yes. Wait. There we go. Right. Right. And then we got another one right here. and both of them I think are pro-life debaters. But it is what it is.
What is Avatar Isaac saying about it?
This is me.
Oh, it is you?
Yeah, this is yeah.
What
Like
do you have to say about it?
so, whenever I first saw the post, I was like, I don't know if I could call this necessarily racist. I was going to say that it was microaggressive. Like I wasn't. I first I said, I don't see how this is funny. Like I just don't get it. I don't see why you had to focus on black women in the joke. Like you're saying it's supposed to be a joke that it's funny, whatever. I don't think whoever made this, they don't have humor. They're not comedically gifted. And that was some of my first comments. And because I wasn't consciously thinking about the black people being loud in movie theaters stereotype. I knew of it, but it was not like circumventing my conscious mind at that time. And I did have to be reminded. But even prior to learning that, I was going to label it microaggressive on the basis of race, because why are you like hyper focusing on black women in this post that you reposted? Once I was reminded of the stereotype, I was like, nah, you ain't got no defense. You got no defense, brother. So also, is this the one where, right? So this comment by Honey, one of you is racist and the other transphobic because my friend slipped up and called Anne she, because they don't really interact that often. And so, we just want to point out the usage of like the pronoun thing when trying to address racism. I'm not saying to misgender people. I'm not saying to engage in any other systems of marginalization and oppression. It's just a common theme that we observe, right? Anyways, let me see. I want to see if there's any other like really incriminating ones.
Oh, there's more?
Listen, like I have hella screenshots. I've been going through because I'm not trying to have like my friend get caught up in mess. Even though I'm pretty sure he wouldn't care. Like he enjoyed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You muted
I'm
yourself.
sorry. I was trying to mute myself. My bad.
You're good. Let's see.
Sure. Alex.
Oh, yep. All right. So we have here.
Expanded him, so it was still up.
Right. You can't. So right. So again, one of their white tea friends, coming in and saying you can't even explain why it's racist. It just says black, so you feel like you should be offended. Right. So these are just multiple white tea presenting people trying to sit here and tell us how we should feel when we're actively. This is my comment about the humor thing. I said I don't think whoever made the video is necessarily gifted in humor, but I recognize humor is subjective. I comprehend the joke and understand the punchline. I just find it distasteful. And to be reposting that during the political climate right now is wild to me.
Isn't you just agreeing with microaggression and white tea people weaponizing their marginalized status the other day?
Which life?
With Olive and them? Was that you or is that someone else? Because if it was someone else, I apologize.
No. Like you're probably referring to me. I don't know where I agreed. I still think to this day that there was anti-blackness in that live revolving KT. I still hold to that.
Oh, all right. My bad, guys.
Nope. And then hold up. What is this? This one is right. So like this is like me asking. I was just because like they had added me, my friend, and was just like, you don't find this to be blatantly racist, and this is what they described to me like, oh, this like and then like they messaged me like to remind me of the stereotype, and I was like, nope, you're correct, absolutely. 100%.
Y'all, this server is a mess. I am getting back end messages with information from this server. Like, I know you're showing pictures of things that she's actually participated in, but I have other screenshots from the server, the same server, that have just come across my desk just recently. This picture that I have up is a picture that was posted to the same server of her with dreadlocks. Water News Network is 24/7. Let's see. I also got this from the same server. Can y'all read that?
I can't read it, but
I can read
your muscle master.
Was that person that was running the live saying that stuff?
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
the
This is the same server that Isaac was just showing us screenshots from.
Oh, it's more racist
oh.
people.
Wait, hold up. I have to see if this person
Straight
is
up
that.
YT.
Hold up.
See.
'Cause
This
I
is
haven't seen that
interesting.
picture that you had up there. I haven't seen that.
What, the
See, I
picture with the
took
dreadlocks?
Yeah, I
It was
haven't
on
seen
your
that one.
phone. It's
Yeah,
in
that
your
was in the
pictures
same
when you're scrolling
server.
through your pictures.
That's
It
in
was
the
I
on
same
your
told
phone,
y'all.
I
server.
see.
You know, the people say giving auntie to T. This is the YT Muscle Master submission ceremony.
What?
Wait, can y'all hear me?
I can,
What?
I am serious. Do you serve your YT Muscle Master? Do you obey your YT Muscle Master? The Aryan Barbarian Muscle Master, the Aryan
What the?
Pagan
Holy
Barbarian Muscle
shit.
Master. You are meant to be his slave. This is from the same server that chick is in.
I don't know
That's
Um,
just
who that
crazy.
is.
Also, this is the YT Muscle Master.
Oh,
Wow.
look at those tattoos.
That's
The
so
way he looks
interesting.
did not surprise me. I want to know what his name is.
It's
Chetty in his
no, this has to be a different because there is I'm going through I'm in the server right now and I'm looking that picture is nowhere in there. Nowhere in there.
okay.
Oh.
Is it
The
possible
picture
he
with
just
the
took it
dreadlocks
down?
isn't either.
When you were going through the pictures on to show us all the stuff you were showing us, that picture right there that Auntie Wada has up was on your phone.
I am going to go through it again because I do not see that. Hold up.
I told y'all about Discord. I keep telling y'all. And here's the thing. Where are the leftists that been knew about all this stuff that never mentioned it until now?
Mm-hmm.
Good question.
Why
I
y'all
didn't,
talking about it now?
I didn't know that
Because
woman even existed.
Yeah, I don't know
I
who
know
the fuck that is.
I'm just talking about the people that were mutuals with this individual. If they
I
if they
didn't
seen
know
that and
eyebrows
that,
was a figment of reality.
because I don't know.
I see
I
you're
don't go
in that
into debate
Discord.
talk.
The one that Auntie Water is showing, no. I do not know what's going on there. The ones I'm showing are from a different Discord. It's just a general debate.
I'm not gonna lie, Oshun is looking like you was right. Discords be getting people caught up.
And
Don't they?
that's it. And here's the thing about debate talk. That the debate talk as a whole is
Here
really
go
toxic.
another
And there's
one that
people
is from the
there's
same server.
there's
Okay,
people
see,
that are
there it
friends.
is. So that's one of the ones that they had to come that they had to come get. Yeah, it was
What?
Mm, mm,
No.
yeah, it was
What?
Damn.
No.
yeah, it was it's not me, right? Okay, I think that right. So this is me. So I have another one where I'm just like telling them after I learned the history of like me disagreeing with them, like, no, that's definitely racist, and them just trying to basically question me and be like, oh, well, you didn't think that at first, so is there like a reason or whatever? But yeah, so just thought that because
Yeah, but did you find that picture of her in the dreadlocks?
I did not. I'm literally actively looking through the server.
Because it was right after the movie, all of those little things that you were looking at, and then you went back to the pictures, and you went like maybe 2 or 3 pictures in, and boom, there it was. And then you skipped past it and went to conversation. You didn't mention the picture.
I'm gonna look through.
You talking about her with dreadlocks? Is
Uh-huh.
wild.
Yeah, no, I'm looking
I-
through all of them right now. I don't see any
I
dress.
couldn't even tell if that was her though until you mentioned it. And then
So
it
who
looked,
is this chick? Like, I have never seen her before. Like, what is her story? Like, some of y'all seem to know her.
she's a debater leftist according to the people that were up here before that were mutuals with her. That they said that they somebody was up here saying.
Debate talk leftist. I know
Mhm.
her other name is Leftist Barbie. I saw that, or Leftist Blondie.
Leftist Blondie.
Yeah, that's
Oh. Did I think I'm mutuals with that person?
A lot of people
Yeah,
apparently
that's her
were.
name. Like that's choice cringe in and of itself. Like, come on.
That was a while ago. From like Satin's panels.
Leftist Blondie. Yeah.
Sorry, then balls. Sorry.
I mean, she's
Oh,
apparently
them.
known to a lot of the TikTok people.
I watch debate talk all day
Back
long.
up just in case someone
I've
wants to come
never run
up.
across their lives.
What was the reason she was giving for that first statement there?
Racism.
Yeah, they wanted to lies stop being spread and for people to stop tokenizing a black man, to talk about the death penalty, the unalive penalty. That was their reason, allegedly.
Wait, their reason allegedly is because they do believe that he was guilty.
Yes. And they wanted lies to stop being spread and for people to stop tokenizing a guilty black man in order to talk about getting rid of the death penalty.
Wow.
Wow.
So that was it. That was all.
That doesn't even make sense.
Listen, I went up there and all I asked was, y'all don't think that y'all could have done this like y'all didn't even give it a day. Like the man's body is not even cold. And I asked, I was just like, you don't think that you could have done this later? Like, what was the difference between doing this like tomorrow or next week? Like, if you don't care about how it's perceived or whatever, I asked them and I was told I was
They
virtue
don't.
signaling and that I was dropped. So I was like, okay, cool. I gave you a chance. Now you're gonna get
Virtue signaling.
Yes.
Isn't that something that the right likes to say a lot about?
That was the
folks?
mod, probably the mod who was on the panel arguing with Ian, and who eventually dropped Ian for allegedly
The white guy in the
virtual
bottom.
signaling.
Yeah, the quietest or whatever. No, yeah, I
because
should have asked him to find it.
he was like, are we racist for hosting this topic, or is it just a popular topic to talk about? And I'm just like, okay, exactly what you said. The man is not cold yet. He is not buried yet, and you don't see how. Like whether or not you think he's guilty or not, you don't see how that would be insensitive or would be like fucked up.
No,
Like
it's
somebody like that.
anti-black at the bare
Right.
fucking minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and then on top of that, silencing black folks from even like coming up. Like,
Oh yeah, that's a whole other level. That's a whole other level.
Like not letting Jones up, or did they not let him up, or did they block him?
What
Drop
I
him
heard
and
that they
block
blocked
him.
him, but I don't
Well,
know.
I heard she blocked him. They blocked DJ, and they blocked Adorna. She even blocked me, and I'm not even that. I don't even go into her lives all that much.
I tried to get blocked. I
That's
tried to get
wild.
blocked, but they weren't blocking people anymore after that, I guess, because I kept saying a whole bunch of shit.
Oh, are they? So my source in the Discord said that they don't go by they them pronouns.
Oh,
in the server? They don't go by. Well, they were making a whole fit, and yeah, like they were making a whole fit in this server. So interesting, very interesting.
There's a lot of folks that like to either pretend to be Native American or pretend to be non-binary when it's convenient, whenever they want to be problematic. So, yeah, I think.
Yeah, I should have asked them to define virtue signaling because they weren't even using it correctly. Virtue signaling is going to be pointing to a problem that you yourself don't actually care about. If you actually do care about it, it's not virtue signaling. You're either addressing something that you actually care about or you're holding somebody accountable. But they don't know the meaning of that term. They just wanted to use it to not have to address the fact that they were being insensitive and that they have implicit racial bias.
right, to deflate you.
You can care about something and still virtue signal. It's about being seen as morally superior.
I thought that was grandstanding. Hold up. I thought that was grandstanding.
And people pull the same shit where they pretend to have a disability or allude to disability to get away with bullshit.
That would just be lying.
It all is.
Yeah, I was like, that would just be lying. That's what I'm saying, is that with the virtue signaling, like, to me, like, if you actually care about something, that's not virtue signaling. You're speaking of something that you care about. Is when you're pointing to this thing because you know that other people care about it, but you yourself don't care about it. You're just pointing to it to, like, deflect from whatever, like, other people are, or deflect from what's actually
To
happening.
make yourself
Right,
look
but
better.
virtue signaling is the public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. So often people do care about the thing. It is about going above and beyond to show how much you care without doing much on the back end to support that cause or philosophy.
Being loud with no action.
I still failed to see how I was virtue
Correct.
signaling. Then all I did was ask them a question. I was like, y'all don't think y'all could have done this later? Like, I literally just asked a question. That was it.
That car was being thrown to deflate you so that they could shut you up.
They were doing it to everybody. Like, listen. That was it. But yeah, whole lot of mess. I'm sick of this app. But yeah, thank you. And that was all.
Thank you, Isaac. Wild. That is wild.
What would happen if there was like a day without wildness on this app?
Oh my god, this server is a mess. What is this server?
See, I don't even know what to think. It's just always something.
Wayne, was it the Auntie News Network or was it the WADA News Network?
It was the WADA News Network.
I'm making you a logo, either way. It's just in. There we go.
WADA News Network.
Yep, I'm making you a logo. That's it.
The Wayne News Network.
I can't believe Wayne's trying to turn it into the Wayne News Network.
Virtue signaling.
Darvo.
So problematic.
So safe in here.
Man.
Oh. Okay.
I have to say this
Are
much.
y'all being harmful and dangerous again?
Hold on. I have to say this. The mods that you have, Antiwada, are pretty fucking amazing.
By whatever do you mean?
I'm just saying that you have a really awesome team. That's all I gotta say.
Are you cheating your own
Not really high.
No, I'm actually not talking
Also,
about myself
Alex
at
is
all.
here. You do have a great set of mods, and also Alex.
Yeah, I'm definitely not talking about myself. I don't know how much I contribute to anything, but I appreciate being here.
Yeah, I'll never forget what Auntie took us all to Golden Corral and said that. So she said that you with your 2 scoops of hair is going to pay for everyone's bill, right? And then I had to run up out of there because I was so embarrassed. I only had $1 to my name.
What is 2 scoops of hair about? Is that something that I don't know about?
It's just another way of calling somebody bald headed.
It's so funny.
It's a more creative way.
I love it. Piccadilly.
What is that, Ocean?
I don't even know what Piccadilly is.
I got one of those.
What happened?
A picadillo is like something that perturbs you.
That word means either. See, because you and Crack Up stay coming with these big words. Look,
shoot. Not us.
I
Only
need to
big
go-
if you don't know
I
their
need
name.
to walk around with the thesaurus around y'all because I can't.
Ciao.
A peccadillo, a bugaboo, a proclivity, a propensity.
I cheated on all my spelling tests. Slow down.
Pamela, un picadillo es beef ground up
Oh, I
con,
like me some beef. I like me some ground beef.
con arroz.
I like
Eso
me
picadillo.
ground beef. I like my beef in rib form. I like my beef in burgers are ground beef. I don't know. I like my ground beef roasted, broiled,
In a
smoked.
Prada first, right? In a Prada.
Yeah, in a Prada. I'll eat my beef in a car. I'll eat my beef in a jar. I'll eat my beef in a plane. I'll eat my beef on a train.
I'm right there with you.
I used to love when Abuela would make the shredded
And pork.
beef tacos.
Give me some pork.
Parents, no, you should see.
Bacon.
So my dad is
Belly fat.
Muslim, and my mom just grew up not eating
Oh.
pork. And when me and my sister grew up, we just started eating pork. And
Man,
yeah,
I'm addicted.
we get dirty looks all the time now.
I have a straight up addiction to bacon. I love bacon.
I like bacon too. I'm not gonna lie.
A friend of mine was going through the Cordon Bleu school in Scottsdale, and like hangover food when you're hanging out at a chef's house is very different. I was like, I just want bacon and an omelet. He made us omelets with duck confit.
Fuck yeah.
It was amazing. I was like, fuck bacon. What's this?
That's some good belly fat. Pancetta. Delish.
I eat way too much like a stoner for somebody who doesn't smoke.
I eat like a Big Mac and I'm okay with it.
Oh wow!
I like this new stuff I got today. Let me tell you.
What'd you get?
Things we're gonna talk about later on this week.
I have the most important of questions to ask because I am in love with Ocean's glasses.
I was just going to say something about them.
I want to know where Ocean shops for her glasses because I'm about to get my eye exam and I want me some fly glasses.
Oh, I love Morticia.
Oh, thank you. Me too. I love her too. I just got these at like the.
I took the background down. If we're talking about other stuff, I don't want to have his picture and stuff up in the background.
That's a good idea.
I just got this at the regular. I forgot the name of the store. America's Best, I think.
Oh. Okay.
But I asked them to do. So I have a sensitivity to blue light, a bad one. So I have them tinted, rose tinted, and then this is just something I added because it was hurting my nose.
Okay. Cool.
You know, but the brand is. Let me see if I can see the brand because they're old. They even have they're like stained. I gotta get a new one. I forgot. I can't see it no more.
My insurance kicked in today. I'm getting new glasses.
Woot.
Yeah, I have to. We're about to change. We're about to change.
I don't give a shit about. And I'm sorry if I ever see you in
Andrew
public.
Wada. What's going on?
I'm sorry. This guy brings up clips. Do we have this clip?
Auntie Wada.
She be all
What's
up
going on over there, Auntie Wada?
in the tea. We just.
I'm sorry. I
the
was
flavor
watching
of it.
Irish's live about the same issue.
Well,
Of course, Irish is on already.
You could stream it over
Say
here.
every case to go based upon its own merit, but you didn't know that one of the jurors was dismissed because they were black and because the prosecuting team said he looked too much like Marcellus. That's fucking batshit crazy to me. It's still the research on the case.
Isn't that the person that was just here?
You don't know anything about how it was prosecuted. You don't know anything about the evidence. You didn't know anything about any of the information that we brought forward. And instead of taking that information in and going to go look up that information and understand your own internal bias amongst black people, you decided to ask a question and then tokenize like one black person rather than talking about whether or not whether or not consulting the black community meant to like go to one of your mutuals who would probably be on the opposite side. Absolutely the devil's work. So that's why I'm asking Jeff what he means by consulting the black. What were the last 5 books you read about? What were the last 5 books you read about the history of racism?
May your children fucking disown you. Like, may your children literally throw you out of nursing home.
Is that Athena?
I want us to take
That's Athena, right?
Oh yeah. Kobe.
Jeff, I know you had a question.
I love her.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. The questions were a courtesy. Like I really don't even need the rest of the convo, so I'm straight. Yeah, I do want to apologize to anyone who wanted to ask any questions. Bringing him up was essentially my idea. I want to thank you, Jovan, for allowing that to happen, and allowing Adorna and I and whoever else.
Oh, she said okay. Oh, I just got deja vu.
Why'd you get deja? Liv, were you trying to? I don't know if you passed, but Liv, were you trying to get up on that panel too? Because I thought I saw you on there. I don't know if Liv had a chance to speak on that.
Oh, I love Liv.
Yeah, he's good.
When I said that Auntie was going to check that, it just played in my mind like I'd seen this happening before.
I'm just gonna make this really quick because I do have to go to bed. I work in the morning, but it is always just so alarming to me, and I understand like that portion of the conversation is over, but I realize it's so infuriating, it's so nauseating almost that it's like every single time that there is a Black death, there's always going to be one loud ass white person who is always going to come in and do like all this whataboutism, and then the second that you call them out on their whataboutism, they're forcing you to teach them as of why they're wrong, when it's years, it's literally our history as of why they're wrong. They just don't want to look into it. And they want to play like devil's advocate and everything, and it's so irritating. It's so annoying, and they'll never have that unique experience of having to watch somebody who has very similar skin tone as you constantly die, having to hear and even read your fellow skin mates' last words just for the simple fact that they are different than the assumed highest point of the hierarchy. And they'll never want to learn that. So I understand like why he was brought up onto this panel. I also at the same time, after listening to all those microaggression and it being like the only person he was truly listening to and intaking all that information was from Adorna, just because and thank you for having the patience with him to actually have like a calm voice, but at the same time he definitely did not deserve that piece. And like every single time someone brought up a point where in a tone that he didn't like, it was so apparent.
She's not even attractive.
Once.
Would it be better if she was?
No, but leave me alone.
It
I
would
didn't
have
say
Exactly.
It would have been easier on the
I didn't
eyes.
say anything ableist, but I just
I'd
wanted
say
to
you did.
punch down and be mean to her.
There we go. Yeah.
Quit taking away my mean girl stuff.
Decrepit Rowling is scrambling to delete them tweets where she was calling him.
What was J.K. Rowling saying?
Some more transphobic stuff.
No one cares about her and her stupid ass, boring, big ass, long ass
You know
books.
the lady who was in the Olympics, the boxer.
Yeah.
Well, she's suing everybody. She's suing
Oh, yeah.
J.K. Rowling.
Good on her.
That's what that video was about. That was all of the day's video, talking about how she's suing, how that lady is suing J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling went and tried to delete all her tweets.
Take every single last Harry Potter coin she got in her purse.
Get all them Harry Potter coins. Get the royalties too, so we can start watching again.
I haven't stopped watching them. I reserve that right as a trans woman.
I have
I wish
stopped.
somebody would tell me different.
Ocean, you're not allowed to watch.
I still eat Chick-fil-A. Occasionally.
I'm gonna be on the first Caribbean air flight.
Yeah, I don't like litmus tests and like ways that people
Purity test.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't give a fuck. If I want to eat something or whatever, you can choke on that. Of course, high
Donald
horse
Trump, thank you for your donation.
You know, I'm still thinking about that pot pie from yesterday. Like I ate it.
I'm about to eat. I'm about to eat some right now. I'm about to eat some right now.
Look, you would have thought
I'm
I already tried it.
I'm about to be a fatty again. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Never mind.
I'm about to make some.
I just want to say, Donald Trump, thanks you for your contribution to his campaign. Through your support of Chick-fil-A and J.K. Rowling.
Walmart, what is it? My iPhone. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a long, right? Exactly.
I own an LG.
But it's a cell phone.
Oh, then you're good. If you own an LG, then yeah, you're for human rights. Way to go.
I own a Nokia from the 80s. Y'all know about them, right, old folks? No.
I'm just doing.
I still have a landline, actually. Y'all hear it all the time.
I'm doing brujeria, so this is all just magic. It's through, my bowl that I have the water in, and so you're just seeing my face. Actually, my pensieve. This is my pensieve.
Who muted me?
I don't know what happened.
No, Auntie Cookie, your phone's around from the slavery days. I don't want to hear anything from you.
Please, I got the great.
أجل المساعدة يا أختي الله يوفقكم ويجعل ميزان حسناتكم.
Ajá.
Ay, nosotros no entendemos lo que está diciendo, pero entendemos, mi amor. ¿Entiendes?
Anyhow, my phone is not a dinosaur, so.
I thought your phone was like you.
What you got? Auntie Cookie?
Okay.
What kind of phone you got?
Not the defeated okay.
Well, I was about to do this. I've got the Samsung Ultra 22.
Oh, you rich.
My husband just tells me.
You got money, honey. Let me stop because I just pre-ordered the 16 Pro Max, but that was probably not the best decision, but I did it for my content.
My ribs hurt from getting kicked to the comments that hard.
Oh, did she really drop you?
I did. Watch who you're calling a dinosaur, youngin.
She elbowed me in my teeth to the comment section.
Aren't we the same age, Auntie Cookie?
Yeah, I'm 44.
Yeah, we're about the same age. You calling me a dinosaur?
Oh
no! Yeah. Do you own an AARP card like Auntie Cookie?
No.
Bitch, I don't own no AARP. You're about to be out the Discord too.
I'm sorry. I got my tea in my hand, and I don't know. I'm just sipping it.
I'm gonna give you. Ooh, Wayne. Okay. Wayne's always so kind. I'm about to put you on a timeout in the Discord.
What does that even mean? Are you gonna do me how y'all did Ariel? I ain't even do nothing.
Y'all ain't got no shame. I'm so done.
Pamela ain't got no shame.
We put her right in the corner too.
As long as I don't got a spot with my arms up in the air.
Ooh, that's not even cool.
لكم شكرا فرحتوني الله يفرحكم يجعل ميزان حسناتكم.
I know what sukra means. Oh man, what is that? Huh?
Thank you.
Yes. Can you let me get to it? You know, sometimes people take a minute to understand and to internalize stuff. You know, just give me a second.
Look, I was excited I actually knew.
Oh,
He's like, I
I
won the
think
race this time.
I have gifts. I got some gifts up here. Hold on. See if I can.
I was that kid when I actually knew an answer, waving my hand like, pick me.
Right.
I'll never forget this.
So you were the Hermione of your class, basically.
No, it wasn't often.
I'll never forget when I was in school for audio, I kept saying like the wrong answer to the questions being asked. And then when it finally came time for the right answer, because I was saying it the whole time and it was wrong for the rest of them, I got called on and I said something different. And then my nickname became the wrong answer that I was saying the whole time.
Yeah, the wrong answer. That's rough.
Yeah, I kept saying bust it for everything because it's something that you have to do, like when you're working with consoles. So that became my nickname.
Goodness.
No, that's embarrassing though. Wait, bust it in a school that's mostly men?
Come and bust it, baby. Anytime, anywhere. Oh shit.
I was listening to the singing. Wait, did you hear
Wait,
Nate
that was
singing?
singing? I thought it was lambs being silenced.
I'm sorry, did y'all hear something?
I don't like this beat.
Obnoxiousness in the flesh.
Yeah, I ain't hear nothing.
Yo, are those the Apple headphones? Oh shit. No, seriously, are those the whatever the AirPods? I forget what they're called. They're not AirPods, but like the Pro headphones or whatever. Are those?
I do want to know if you like them though, because I was thinking about getting
That's
some.
literally what I was asking. Is are those, and do you like them?
Oh, Pamela, you were asking me if you like my headphones and if
Yeah, are they working?
Yeah, they work
AirPods
well.
Max, that's what it is.
I love my headphones. I think they're amazing.
They bring my voice in nice and clear. Perfect.
And you know, if you can afford them, please go get them. They are a little expensive. So, you know, don't go out of your budget to get them, if you know what I mean, because they're cheaper alternatives.
I mean, see, the reason why I'm thinking about getting a pair is because I have 2 pairs of Beats already, and my Beats, one of them broke, and I don't really like the other ones.
I'm about to say, because Beats are pretty good too, and they are less expensive.
Yeah, see, the whole reason why I was iffy about the Apple headphones is because I know Apple bought Beats. So I was thinking that they're probably like the same, just with Apple's
I mean, I never had headphones like this before. To be honest with you, this is an upgrade for me. Like I was using the other ones, what's it called, the earbuds,
the AirPods, AirPods Pro.
I never liked the regular AirPods. I literally have a pair, and they've been dead for 2 years.
Yeah,
I can't.
AirPods Pro.
Oh, Shun, did you used to have the AirPods Pro?
Oh yeah, I used to have those.
I'm so glad I can provide the information regardless.
Back in the day.
Evidently it's pronounced Shun, but okay.
I appreciate that, Alex, for your clarification.
Fucking can't.
Hey, it gets the job done. That's all that matters.
I actually was wondering, so I had to ask.
Talk about going through the back door.
I know.
Hey,
some people like homophobic, Chris. Don't do that. I do not consent.
Sometimes you got to hollow out a colon.
You know, it's funny.
My girl Khadijah knows that.
So I started using because at work, like I have an issue. I don't know if it's like the shape of my ears or what, but like earbuds, don't stay in my ears. I constantly have to adjust them. I constantly have to get them, like, move them around. I've tried all different kinds of the little pluggies and everything. None of it works. I can't do the hard ones because they hurt my ears.
Look, I've watched
And
Maybe you just gotta go deeper.
That's what she said.
My bad, Alex. I didn't mean to imply anything.
I did.
So I got these JBXTs, and they actually, like, I don't have to adjust them hardly at all, and they're like, they work pretty well, and they sell at Walmart for $18. And
These
they're
hurt
the
my
ones
ear
that
after a
like
while.
hang on your neck, and they don't go over your head, because I also get headaches from sinus pressure a lot.
Have you thought about the ones that vibrate, that kind of send the sound to your ear,
I
or
want
the
the bone glasses. Yeah,
right, or
I
like
want the
those?
bone glasses.
That might be useful.
I
Yes,
don't like
bone
those ones
induction.
when
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I would love to have,
Yeah.
especially because I'm like kind of hard of hearing.
I never liked the AirPods that go in your ears because they made my ears itch. It was weird, and then like they didn't sound that good after a while.
Don't get the
Because they
ones
were
where the
plugged up with
gummies come
earwax.
off.
Yeah.
No, I clean
Don't.
my ears. Not too much on me, crack
It
that.
doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. The screen. It's like a micro screen that's on it, and
Yeah.
just a little bit of earwax being on it will completely clog it, and you won't be able to hear.
No, I
Don't
was
get the one.
first and foremost. Hold on, because you're not about to jump on this dirty ear train too.
I'm not
Clean
saying
my
you have
ears,
dirty
and I was
ears.
cleaning them damn AirPods.
Actually, having earwax means that you don't have dirty ears.
Amen. Your
Listen,
impacted ass earwax.
I get my Q-tips from Costco. You know the sizes that them Q-tips come in.
Yo, those are not
don't
good for your
get.
ears.
Oh my
That's
gosh!
really not
Don't
good
get
for
the
your
ones
ears.
with the. Y'all ever shut up?
No.
Don't get the ones
Sometimes.
with the gummies, because I have watched too many of those be dug out of people's ears when they get stuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, you have to have horrifically dirty ears for the Q-tip to get stuck in your ear.
No, they
No,
can
no,
get
no,
stuck.
no. The earbud spongies is what she said. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but like,
Y'all ain't
how
even
far
listening.
back are you going in your ears for that to even happen?
What? The
It's really not
gummies
that
can come.
far.
Gummies can get stuck in your ear.
And
Never happened to me.
earwax protect your ears from like invaders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to have a
Aliens.
lot of
Yeah.
earwax.
The only invasion that's coming into my eardrums is listening to Brain Rot on TikTok. That's the only invasion.
That's also true.
Although
And also
I will
boatloads
say
of semen.
the fact that you probably over clean your ears because you have a lot of earwax that comes out, because I actually have that problem. You should get an ear cleaning kit. It makes the world go great. Just saying.
Ugh, waxy ears is disgusting.
No,
I still
it's
love
not.
the feeling. I still love the feeling of the Q-tip going in my ear though. So I mean, I know I'm not supposed to do it, but I do it.
You can get one of the on Amazon. You can get like these silicone things where they're like corkscrew shaped, and
Yep.
instead of
This
fucking
is
It comes in the
that
ear
hygienic
cleaning kit
I
too.
want something that I can throw
Yeah.
away. I'm trying to still create waste. I'm sorry.
Oh, right, got it. Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Still trying to create waste is egregious, but all right.
It's okay. I recycle.
I want my ears to be
Oh.
clean, but I also want to fuck over Mother Nature. How can I do
Yeah,
that?
why not? Sounds
I'm
good.
not gonna lie. I have a whole like big recycling trash can, but I still be putting like boxes of stuff in the
You still
Just
regular.
like throwing
recycle?
glass bottles in the trash deliberately. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Not the yeah. Jesus. Not the yeah, pretty much.
Is calling somebody anal retentive ableist?
I am anal retentive.
I don't think anal retentive is a diagnosis. I think it's
Right.
colloquial. But I would say again, you can say they're willfully anal retentive.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
When
Uptight.
you retain liquids and other materials in your anus, you're anal retentive. Yeah, that's what it
No.
means. That's exactly what it means.
You're definitely
We're
anal
all a
retentive.
little anal retentive until we shit, and then we're anal expressive.
Willfully though, with
Yeah,
consent.
willfully, exactly. The enthusiasm.
That's for you, Ocean.
What for me, Auntie Cookie?
I
I only heard Alex and you say something, so like I'm not sure what was going
Why
on
would you just
because
crack
it
out
seemed
to
like a
the
one-sided
comment?
conversation.
I just smacked crack up off the panel for you.
Oh, love you. Thank you.
Love you too.
I mean, I'm not sure who that is, but I mean, I thank you anyways.
Cookie, drop me again. I'm almost there.
Oh my lord.
No problem.
I almost choked.
You just made his night.
I really would like to get paid
Oh
for
my god,
beating
thank
on
you. That was so hot.
I try. Oh.
God, my balls are just echoing now. Thank you.
السلام عليكم.
Assalamu alaikum.
قادر المساعدة يا الله يبارك فيكم.
Alaikum assalam.
السلام عليكم.
While Chris is talking about his balls.
They're hollow now, thanks to Cookie.
I was hoping maybe
I can't.
I was hoping maybe you'd stop being so anal retentive.
I can't.
Salam.
It's so bad. We are problematic.
Yeah. No, you're harmful. There's a difference.
Violent and problematic. You need to unpack and decompress, or what's the other one?
Yeah, I can't take the hateful rhetoric that always spews out of all of your holes.
Wait, what is it? Unpack and... Oh, what's the other one? I'm blanking right now.
Yeah, I
Anyway.
think the aunties do need to be canceled.
That would be testy retentive there, Wayne.
Yeah, because I don't like the way the aunties gang up on me to say that I only have 2 scoops of hair and my back is just large. Like,
Oh, they said that about you? That is so fucked up.
Damn it, what is the other expression that the hyper-aware say? Unpack and... This is not disassociate. What is the other fucking bullshit?
yeah, they said that my back is large like a U-Haul truck.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Deconstruct, maybe?
We've got to have somewhere to haul our furniture when we move.
Wait, Auntie, you gotta add what was it? Annoyingly progressive?
You're not an auntie.
Anyway, I'm gonna take a lap. Cookie, be a good girl and drop me.
Sure.
Well, Cookie, some of us are uncles, remember?
Okay, but we're canceling the aunties, so quit trying to encroach on
You
us.
missed it. Never
Yeah, Uncle
mind.
Grandpa.
Jeez.
Uncle Grandpa.
Uncle Grandpa.
No problem, cancel.
There's a joke there somewhere, but I'm not gonna say anything.
Truly am considering changing my name.
Well, that's why I pulled out the banjo.
Wait, what's wrong with Alex? Alex is
No.
cool.
I think I want to
we
change
like
it to
Alex.
unapologetically progressive.
Or you can make it some obscure name that no one can actually read, so that people can
Like
ask
upside
you
down and
about
backwards.
it. Yeah, so people can ask you about it, and then you can get, the attention that you're craving.
Yeah, Grandma is becoming kind of a
Look, I
staple.
didn't name myself that.
Just saying. Hey. I don't know. I'm not sure if I recognize you, Yaya, but hello. Because I don't even know what. Oh, my bad. It's you. Yes. Oh, child. Look, listen. I'm reading that I'm looking up here. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, backwards things and
Who wants to take bets on whether Auntie fell asleep on her own live again?
She
I
probably
don't think
did.
Auntie fell asleep yet.
I
I'll
mean,
tell
she
you
just
what.
changed her background.
No, that was Auntie Cookie. That's Auntie Cookie.
I'm doing my
Auntie
You
Cookie.
see, Auntie, I'm the only one that has
Oh,
faith
y'all
in
switched
you.
on
Wait,
me.
was it
Where's
Auntie Cookie or
Auntie?
Auntie Water who was peeing the other day?
You see how this wickedness just
Nobody?
fuels your spaces, Auntie
I have
Water?
no shame.
Oh,
Get
that was
sat there.
I'm sorry, you were washing dishes or something like that. Never mind. I
Every
forgot. I
time
thought
water
it
go
was
running, y'all swear somebody peeing.
because it be sounding like.
I got so
I pour
self-conscious
every
because my
time I
angel
pour my
baby flushed the
drink.
toilet one time, and I was like, I swear to God, I didn't just use the bathroom.
Every time I at work, I pour my drink into my thermos, or not thermos,
And
but like, you know, the
didn't
keep it
Pumpkin
cold
fart on
cups.
a live once? No, that's another person.
Angelica always hears that shit and is like, "Who's peeing?" I'm like, "I'm literally pouring a drink."
Shauna was definitely shitting on Alive.
Oh no, I'm not trifling like
What? You got me
that.
fucked up. Who is?
I can't even use
Wait,
the bathroom if I'm on the phones with my friends or my mom. I say I'm gonna call you right back.
wait, aren't you Caribbean?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, we know we be boom booming with the door
No,
open.
I'm Americanized. I'm Americanized. That's why they be sitting there
We'll have
talking
the
about
door
I'm not
open. We'll be
Jamaican.
like, hey girl.
No, for
No,
real. But I don't
not
like that.
me.
I don't like. See, I
Not
don't
me.
like
My
eating
mama
on the
does that
phone,
though.
and I don't like using the bathroom on the phone. And I swear to God, I'll be on the phone with my mom, and then she'll just let out a big one. And I'm like, ugh, could you mute
Oh
yourself?
yeah, we crack jokes about that. We talk about stuff like that. We crack jokes about it. You know, like, ew, that's so gross. Like,
Yeah, Americans
I be making it sound like
made
a
all
joke, but
that
I be
stuff
meaning
seem
that because the
unnatural
explosions,
somehow.
yeah, the explosions that I hear
it's
though are
it says,
unnatural.
well, it's a subset of Americans, but Americans in the South, honey, do not care either. They be talking about that shit all the time. Matter of fact, some of them go too far because they go a little crazy. But it's definitely because when I say the South, I'm talking about like North Florida and stuff like that because that's where I've been at. North Florida and Central Florida, they be talking about pooping and shitting all the time.
I want to go
They
to
got jokes
South
for days.
Florida and get me a good
Now
Haitian
they go
man.
overboard. They go overboard because they'll sit there and throw a fart on you. And I don't play. I don't do that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
white people are a little odd that way.
Yeah, they'll. I've seen them do it. Like I've seen, like when I went to UCF for the first time, I had such a culture shock because we have white people where I'm at, but I never seen so many like in one big spot like that, like not on TV, but like in person. And I was just in a culture shock. But yeah, I seen them like some of those guys like literally like fart on their girlfriends and shit, and it was the most asinine. I mean, not asinine, juvenile like joke, like
Oh, yeah.
joke, and I was just like, that's not funny. I'll beat your ass if you do that to
We
me.
got a
I wish somebody would.
I'll beat your ass.
What is it called? Cookie. Whenever you fart under the blanket, put it over their head.
Dutch oven.
Oh, a Dutch oven.
That's
Yeah,
trifling.
yeah.
Don't play with me.
That sounds like
That's
big guy.
just that's a very common thing.
Yeah, I got a high propensity for violence. I can't handle certain
Yeah, we're
things.
not doing that. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I mean, I do that shit, but I'm asleep when I do it. I can't help it.
But I mean, accidents is accident. Like I said, we'll do it, accidentally, and we'll laugh about it. We won't go, and we won't make a big deal out of it. But we'll joke around about it. But like to do it on a person, that would be so disrespectful in my culture. Like we would get so mad. It's fighting.
Like-
We were about to get a fight.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was younger, I used to like have a thing about like not farting around people. So when I was at work or anything like that, like I would not fart, and I would get real gassy, and like it would hurt. I'd
You
get
gotta let it out, baby.
pains.
You gotta let it out. That's not.
Yeah,
That's not.
but I was
healthy.
young. I didn't know any better, And then,
Oh,
but
honey.
now, shoot, I don't even care. That shit just there it goes.
Well, listen, I won't admit to it though. I definitely would not do that. I would do it, and then I just look at somebody and make a face like ew, like you're nasty.
I'm not gonna lie. In public, I've mastered silent but deadly. So
Right,
I'll
and
let
I'm
it out,
like,
and then I'll sit there and look at the person
nasty.
next to me like they're the nastiest thing.
You nasty. How you gonna fart on me like that?
I used to crop dust I used to crop dust
Listen,
the tables at work I didn't like.
listen.
I was doing that too.
That is biological warfare, so we can't. You know what I'm saying? That's illegal.
That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, I hate it when you're in a town I'm supposed to do it. Oh, well, unfortunately, even in the most progressive cities, you have a lot of that anyways, because it's just a lot of people don't realize it because they think they're POC when they're not.
Wait, what is
So
sloppy hoe? Wait, why is your name that first of
I know
I love it.
her.
I
I've
love
known
it.
her for a long
what are
time.
you talking about?
Oh, they're probably talking about the background, maybe.
What, the cancel the aunties or cancel culture? Cancel.
Yeah, because it says, I mean, I hate that even in my town, I'm associated with all the racism.
I don't
Wait, I'm
understand
confused.
like the context of that.
Well, yeah, never mind. I misread. I don't know what that means.
So
What are you saying?
So Slobby is it okay if I explain?
It's Slobby Harlot.
Yeah, I know you were, sweetheart. She's I don't want to say anything if you're not okay, Slobby.
Wait, what state? What state? Or, I don't know.
Slobby's usually a little all over the place because she's extremely neurodivergent.
Oh, okay.
So if sometimes she says things we're not talking about, we just go with it.
Okay. And you see how you were able to succinctly, using context, explain that to us, Auntie Cookie. Do you see how that worked? When you explain things to folks that may not get what you're trying to say without being a total cunt while you do that. Do you see how that works? Do you see how easy it is to give context and to say things without being a dick?
I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna just assume we're talking about the Deep South then.
Yeah, she lives in a very conservative racist conservative town.
I mean, well, where I
She's
grew up,
She stay in Miami.
there is literally a whole like subset of the AAA, like 45 minutes away.
Oh,
and I had to go up there for a football game because I was in a marching band. And the YT kids thought it would be funny to say that they was going to call them people to have them come and get me.
So like Orlando, basically.
Listen, Slobby, I don't mind explaining ever. I just don't ever want to put your diagnoses out without your permission because that would be so very wrong. So I don't ever want to think I'm overstepping.
You know what I meant. I don't want to say the actual thing because I don't know if it's going to get flagged or not.
But that's what I'm like. So like St. Cloud, Florida is right by Kissimmee, and there's a chapter with like a Grand Wizard and all that stuff right there in St. Cloud in Central Florida.
That's the same thing in Pennsylvania. What is it? Boyertown? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let me tell you, in Miami, it's not different. People, I don't know. People think it's different. The only thing about Miami is that people are able to call themselves POC even though they're not POC, and so they use that as a shield to be racist.
Sounds like TikTok.
ستار فرام سوريا يحتاج إلى الجيفت بليز الله يبارك فيكم ويجعل ميزان حسناتكم.
Eso mismo, mi amor. Lo que tú quieres, mi amor. Sigue. No, ustedes pues tú puedes hablar si tú quieres.
You're in a room full of broke people, y'all. Y'all should spend your time somewhere else so you can
I'm
actually
not
get
broke. I
coins.
just spent too much damn money on TikTok coins. I'm not
'Cause
doing
I'm
that
broke.
anymore for a minute.
Well, yeah, I ain't got no money.
Yeah,
At
I
the
just paid my
moment.
rent for this month.
I have to
I think
verify
some
this
people.
account. I can't even get into my coin right now.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to get in my coin purse, but once you get in there, there's then money come out.
Yeah, I looked at my backlog for spending with TikTok and said I need to slow down. It's a
Okay, do
little bit
y'all
of
have?
I'm just giving it for like the check-ins. Go ahead,
All
Ocean.
right, Pamela, I'm about to test you, and I think you probably get this right.
Mm-hmm.
Is it right? A wallet or a pocketbook?
Pocketbook.
Pamela, what'd you say?
A purse.
No, and a purse. It's a pocketbook.
My
What's
mom
it?
used to call me and my sister her two pocketbooks, but I think purse just sounds better. It's like, oh, I'm gonna clutch my purse.
See, but there's a difference between a pocketbook and a purse, though.
Mm-hmm.
Purses are smaller than pocketbooks. Pocketbooks is for old ladies.
Excuse me?
She's been ageist all night.
Did you just call me?
I don't know. You seem like the type to walk around with a whole tote bag full of things.
Yeah.
Actually, because of my diagnoses, my neurodivergency, I actually do carry a big bag full of shit because I'll lose it or I forget. So jewelry, I lose jewelry all the time. I lose, or I'll just forget where I place it. So I have a problem with like object permanence.
Object permanence, yeah.
Yeah, so I if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. So I have to put it in a place that I'll just look and I'll be like, oh shit, there it is. You know what I'm saying? So I actually do carry a big ass. Actually, I carry two big ass bags around with me, and people look at me like I'm crazy for doing it, but it has changed my life.
That's
And
like my mom. I'm not even
I don't
gonna lie
I don't
to
put
you.
nothing in drawers. I don't put no clothes in drawers. I just have them all stacked up like on shelves. All my clothes are folded
إلى
on my shit.
مساعدتكم يا أخي أحتاج لمساعدتكم الله يوفقكم يجعل ميزان
So you
حسنات.
can see them.
Sí, mi amor. Claro. Lo que tú quieras. Lo que
That
tú
makes
quieras.
sense. It's easier to find stuff like that too.
Yeah,
Because when you
so
put
Yeah,
stuff
I
in
hang all my
drawers,
clothes.
yeah, when you put stuff in drawers, you forget about it. So I'm not even gonna lie.
bruh,
I hang
the
all my clothes so
Crow,
I can see them.
the Crow is out, and I didn't know they made a remake. He's fine. Who is that?
You
Is
know,
that the guy from
when I
Twilight?
function enough to actually put them all up on hangers.
Oh, my socks. None of them are paired up. I just have a pile of
See, that's a
socks like
thing
in
for me.
bags.
I like to pair my socks. 100%.
I can't. No,
I
I can't.
have a little bit of OCD in that kind of thing.
I get so frustrated trying to, I'll just look at them and say, I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it tomorrow. Or sometimes my clothes will not be folded at all. They'll just stay in the basket for a little minute. That's one of the hardest tasks. My executive function is not the best, even with, I have the highest dose that you can get of Adderall. And then I also have the as is. So I have like the slow release, and then I have the take as you need, the small tablets, and that shit only gets you so far. I need to do more behavioral therapy though.
Yeah, my friend, I was just about to say, my friend started doing therapy for her ADHD plus other things, and one of the things that her therapist was talking to her about was that the medication that you take kind of like speeds your functioning up to the speed of your thought, but it doesn't actually do anything for like tool and behavioral like functioning.
Yeah, I realized that at work.
Yeah.
At work, I was able to improve and be amazing because I ended up taking things into my own hands. So
Night
I have
cookie.
like four. Grant Cookie. I have like 4 monitors.
Mhm.
And then I have every single window that I need open
Mhm.
in order for me to just be able to see. So like my emails here, my notes are here, my tasks are here, my work
Mhm.
is right here. Because if I close my or minimize my window, I'll forget to open it to look at it to check to see what's next or if
Mhm.
I got an email. Even
Yeah,
text
my partner
messages I
does the
never.
same thing at work. She has like all of her stuff opened up to so she can see and do things.
But how do we do that for like home shit?
Um,
I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have to get
so
like a vision board, and put
so
shit on there.
you can place the tools, but the hardest part, especially when it comes to ADHD, is actually putting the tools to use. So you would have to do it in a way where it's like visible and something that you have to pass every day, and like it has to be in your face. You know what I mean? Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
it does. And I still haven't been able to deal with being impulsive.
Yeah.
I'm still I'm very impulsive, and I I'm just getting my sexual impulsivity under control because I was also
Mhm.
hyper sexual for a while, and I think the medication has helped me with that because I was, not picky
Mhm.
at all.
And yeah, it's a
Um,
thing.
you know,
It's a
I was a
thing.
big hoe.
I think we need
Everybody,
to bring back the word harlot.
There was like a bit of a debate for a little bit. I guess somebody was trying to compare hypersexuality to like commitment, like that people couldn't have commitment with their hypersexuality, but that's not actually the case.
It stems from different things that happen
Yeah.
because I've had my moments for sure.
yeah, I mean, I would love to be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would
Mhm.
love to be, but I also know that since I I'm a shitty communicator.
Mhm.
I don't even have a lot of friends anymore that I used to be close to because they just got tired of having to be the one to initiate contact with me.
Mhm.
And they just say, I love you, but I just can't be the one. They felt like our friendship was one sided. And let me tell you, I love them 100% when I saw
Sure.
them. When I saw you, the emotions were there, the connection is there. But when I don't see you, um, you don't exist,
You
and
don't exist. Yeah.
it's not, and to try to explain that to neurotypical people is like, I don't, they just don't understand. Like, how can you not, how can I not exist to you when you exist to me all the time? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't see you. If I don't see you, you don't exist to me.
It
And
took me a while to understand that. My best friend, my partner, and well, both of my best friends and my partner, all three ADHD. One of them is ADHD. Um, and being surrounded by it and experiencing it from because all of them are different, different diagnoses of ADHD. One's ADHD, one's the active, and then one's the like mental, like it's more in the head or whatever. The way it's, I don't remember the terminology. There's terminology between the two, but that's the way that they're kind of described. Is one's more
yeah,
of the physical energy versus one is more of the brain energy. But they're both still brain energy. Um, the best way I describe it is that one of them is the one that can't sit still, and the other one is uh, less.
their brain is
Yeah, their
racy, but
brain
not their
races.
body. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
So like I have all combinations between my friends and my partner, and so I'm surrounded by it. So I see how it like functions in so many different ways. And the object permanence is like pretty much there between all of them. Um, so
yeah.
I have to initiate, like if I don't contact my partner when she's off work, I don't hear from her all day. But I don't take offense to that because I understand. Like I need to reach out and be like, "Hey, babe, what you doing?"
Yeah,
But she will call me whenever she's like at work on breaks because it's like a routine thing. And then
yes,
my best
yep.
friend, on her days off, she will call me. And if she's not talking to her wife on her break, she'll call me on her break. Because they're like routine things that she needs something to do while she's sitting there. And so she'll be like, oh, I'm going to do this thing. But otherwise, like, I don't hear from her when on her days off where she's at home with her wife and things are going on. I don't hear nothing from her. So it's just, I've noticed like routine things is like the best way that I've been able to be consciously there with them, you know what I mean? But majority of the time, yeah, if it's not in front of me, I don't know about it.
I wish I had that. I wish I had like, and and I think that might be a little selfish of me, but I wish I had somebody who completed me in that way, because that I feel like that's the only way something could work. Because I definitely have tried all the other stuff, and I do want to take accountability for, because I did look it up afterwards. What I said was ableist. My emotions behind it have not changed behind the way I was corrected. I thought it was incredibly rude, but that's not the point. It was an ableist comment. The word sociopath is ableist. It's not something that's new information to me. And I think sometimes, I don't know if I've learned to mask so much that when I make corrections, I do it in a way that I was taught to speak to neurotypical people in a way that they could understand the correction that's being given, if that makes sense. So I make correction. I'm also I also teach. So, and I'm an advisor. So like I say, this is what you said. This is why this is not okay. This is, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree that like advocacy can be done in different ways. I'm not going to tell him how to advocate because he actually has a lot of knowledge on it. People take him in an abrasive way sometimes, and it puts them on the defensive. But the words that he actually says are very meaningful and descriptive when it comes to like the message that he's trying to get across. However, due to some of his neurodivergence, that's the way it comes across. I don't want to apologize for him because, again, like I can't tell him that that's how you should or shouldn't advocate for something that is, you know, you're actually a part of, right? Just like I'm not going to tell anybody else from any other oppressed community how to advocate for their own community.
Right.
So I do take a different approach with it. I like to have conversations. I've been having a lot of them with like Amala and Auntie Wada and all of them in more closed groups and stuff like that. So I do take a different approach. I plant seeds and watch them grow and hope to have a good impact. You know what I mean? But I'm different, you know. I take that approach with a lot of things.
I would say my only critique with any approach, and I know that I only speak about when I'm making comparisons to intersectional issues, I only speak about the intersectionalities that I'm a part of. So I do take issue, and this is just in general, like to folks, anyway, the 7 people that are in here. I don't feel like if you're not part of an intersection, that the best approach is to bring up those intersectional issues because they bring up emotional. You're going to get an emotional defense where someone is saying, you know,
Yeah, I
you're
usually try
completely
to take it to like homosexuality or homophobia or transphobia, um, female. Those are the things that I typically compare it to. But in the process of comparing it to those, I will also bring it to whenever I'm talking about the fact that it goes across the board, because it does. It affects every community that exists because it is in every community that exists. Um, even the ones that aren't the greatest all the time, unfortunately, but it exists in every community in some capacity.
yeah.
So whenever I talk about it, I do try to do more analogies that are closer to things that I also am included in. But whenever I'm speaking about it, like across the board, I will name all of them, including race, because it is like these things should not be okay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, my mom just told me to do better the other day, or work harder. I mean, on something, and trying to explain to my mom that working harder isn't the answer to why I can't do this. I work harder than you
It's
to try to
finding the
get
right way to do
whatever.
it.
Right, and so so like I was saying, I get it, and to be honest with you, as if it would have been delivered differently, I probably would have had a different reaction. But I was talking about racism, and to have someone who I perceive as privileged, like, even correct me on anything, I was definitely pissed off. But I was wrong. My reaction was wrong. But my emotions are I think emotions are emotions, so you're gonna feel how you're gonna feel. And no tea, no shade. I don't like a lot of people that be up here, so at the end of the day, I don't have to like you to be wrong on a subject and to admit that I'm wrong.
Sure.
I can think you're a douche, an asshole, and
Absolutely.
a piece of shit. But that doesn't mean that I'm right.
Right. And I get that, and I appreciate the accountability for sure. But like I said, I don't really that, and I've talked to him about it too. That's not really what he does it for. He doesn't do it for like you to take accountability. It's just one of those things. Is like, all right, cool. I'm not going to do that anymore. It's just moving forward. A quick. Just like you would with anything else that somebody points out that, might be on the verge of or whatever that's in your own friend group, just take it, move forward. And I mean, that's all I expect anyway.
Joey, the queer thing is. Oh, my bad, Pamela. Go ahead, Will.
I'm not gonna lie, like with the topic of ableism, it like made me realize that there's a lot that like is said in general. You kind of already said this, Alex, and we've had this conversation on the back end too. But it's crazy, like it's just basic things that are perceived as basic words that is like really like messed up or not cool. Like, do you remember the conversation we were having about weirdo and weird?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It just goes back to that.
Yep. And especially whenever you make it personal. So like, for me, I've been called weird, weirdo, the creepy, all different types of things because of the way that I act whenever I'm in social situations. Whenever I'm talking to people, I can't look at them, so I look off. So a lot of times people start to think that I'm not paying attention or that I don't actually care about the conversation, things like that. So there's a lot of things in my life that I've been addressed for, and it turns out it was because I was autistic and I was late in life. So like I didn't know what was going on. This is just the way that I was treated. And it's disregarded a lot for a lot of people, and people definitely struggle regularly, far more than I did, and for things that they can't control. It's just who they are. And that's what we fight for on a regular basis, is just to be accepted for who we are, because we can't change it. This is who we are.
Yep.
Have you ever fallen asleep like mid discussion or like mid like like I'm not what's the word? I'm not you know when people just randomly fall asleep, like I don't have that. But
Lethargy.
yeah, so what I do get midday sleepies. Like it's uncontrollable. I can't, like, I don't have narcolepsy though, but what I'm saying is like I do get midday where I
Energy
can't
drops.
control. And but it would, even like when a discussion is not holding my attention, I've been known to kind of like nod off. Like, so like in a meeting, like I've gotten in trouble for like falling asleep in meetings, and I'm just like, I'm not tired, I'm sorry, I just have trouble. Like if I'm not being stimulated, or if I don't stimulate myself, I've actually stuck, like, not to the point of like hurting myself, but like I'll take like a pin and just kind of poke myself a little bit to kind of like wake me up. This is before I was medicated. I don't have it as bad. That's why I have the little ones for like the midday. So I just pop one in and I'm up, I'm alert. I also get frustrated when people are not as good at something as I am, and I need to do better. And not get, like, I work my coworkers, when they don't perform at the same level that I'm performing, I get so mad. And I'm just like, you know, why can't
So you have the physical and mental, right? Speed up thing. Yeah. Yeah, my buddy has that same problem. She's a assistant manager at her job, and her entire staff, like above her and below her that she works with, all drive her absolutely up the wall because they can't do things. You know, like they're not doing them. She needs them to get them done, and they're just not doing them, and she really needs them to get them done, you know, and then she ends up doing like half of their work because she just can't handle it not being done anymore.
Me too, and I'm just like, why aren't you, like, what's taking you so long, bro? Now mind you, this is somebody who procrastinates, right? So like, but when it's time to get it done, it is done.
That hyper focus kicks in whenever you have tasks to do and you have to do them, and there's not an option, you know, or you lose everything. It kicks in. I've got to get this done. And it's something that's based in, like, you have to do this and this and this and this. The list has already been made for you. You just have to do it. You know what I mean? And it's routine. You do the same jobs every day. You do, even though they're like kind of different, it's still like you do the same jobs every day, so it's kind of routine. When you have days off from work, it's a little rough going in again, right?
What do you do? So like, there are triggers for me that happen to be other people's symptoms, or I don't know what the proper word is, but other people's other neurodivergent people's things sometimes that trigger me, more so than like a neurotypical person, where I'm just like I become like I guess like my emotional response to it isn't balanced, or isn't like at the same,
like it makes you irritable.
And I'm just like, so like I had a coworker who had I forgot the condition, but she would just make audible sounds randomly, and
Like
sometimes even
Tourette's-ish?
Tourette's. Yeah.
Okay.
And every time she did it, I knew the response that I'm supposed to, or the emotional response that I'm supposed to have, or what the right response is.
Uh-huh.
And so I didn't do what my instinct was, and but I would still get so mad, especially if I was like mid sentence, or if I was like, and that's one of the things that's like
Mm-hmm.
I still have trouble adjusting to, is like when I know that I'm supposed to react in a certain way, but that's the only reason why I'm reacting in the quote unquote proper ways, because I already know that I'm supposed to do that, right? But if I don't know that,
Mm-hmm.
I'll react. Like, oh, shut up! That's annoying, or like, or ugh, like,
Yeah.
or I'll show like disgust for something, and the only way I've ever been able to learn is by someone saying, you're not supposed to do that, but I still can't internalize it sometimes, where it's like, I don't understand why it's wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? I just know that it is because everybody told me that it was.
Right. So, you're absolutely not gonna like my response to you. I personally do not know what that's called or anything about it. However, there is one person I know that does know about it because
Oh
I've heard
no.
him speak about it before. And to be honest, talking to him about this kind of stuff is a lot different than the way he reacts when he's trying to call it out in the moment. Me and him have, me and Crack Up are like not buddies. We see eye to eye on a lot of things, and we collaborate well together. I think it has a lot to do with our neurodivergency, and just like outlooks on things, even though we're so different in how we function and do things in the world. So we agree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of things in common, but I still, like, there are things that I don't like about him. I'm pretty sure there's things about me that he doesn't like. I wouldn't say we're like besties or anything, you know what I mean? But he does have a lot of information, and I will not ever say that he doesn't, especially when it comes to this type of stuff. And to be honest, from having conversations with him, I know that he knows about that. That's where I would direct you.
Oh no, that's cool. I'll look it up. Once I make up my mind about somebody, and again, like I'm definitely not expecting anybody to like, agree or whatever. I stand firm in what I said, and if he needs to hear it, I'll tell him to. If he absolutely needs to hear it, I think that there are shitty approaches and I'm a teacher. I teach, and I have to teach people that are neurodivergent and neurotypical, and his approach to correction is ass. I don't care what the excuse is. But that's just an opinion. That's my opinion. Yeah, I think he's a douche. And I definitely do not like his approach on correction, especially if I'm not the first person that he's corrected in that way. You make corrections by explaining what someone did wrong instead of just repeating over and over the same thing. Yeah, especially when I don't.
Can I ask you what did he say wrong?
I didn't know that the word sociopath was A, ableist, B, not used anymore. And instead of saying, hey, that word isn't used anymore, or that word is now considered an ableist term, he kept repeating maladaptive, socially maladaptive, and
That was an alternative word.
Right, and I wasn't making the connection that by repeating. So the only thing that I was hearing is an interruption of the thought that I'm trying to finish, which is a trigger for me. And
Yeah,
so
and I want to have a conversation with him about saying let's not be ableist, because when it comes to people that do have disabilities, they can't be ableist. They can be anti-disabled. So when you're telling somebody,
I think he said it. I think he corrected that in the comments. So,
but
go ahead.
That approach of basically calling somebody saying that somebody is ableist, puts somebody on the defense automatically. Now, he doesn't necessarily care how he makes people feel. He wants them to feel uncomfortable about using this language.
Yeah, but that doesn't
the way he has expressed it.
That doesn't that wouldn't make me uncomfortable. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't make me. What would make me uncomfortable for using language is saying this is something that hurts people and this is what you're doing. And not everybody's going to take it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like some people.
So more like for me, handling with kitty gloves.
No, not kitty gloves. Explaining context. Just because, as someone who I have difficulty understanding context unless it's explained to unless someone is explaining what I'm doing wrong. I don't know that I'm doing something wrong. So so for me, when it felt paternalistic in the way that it was expressed in the very beginning. Now it was explained afterwards, but by then I was already triggered and mad.
Right. That's why I was saying, saying let's not be ableist, because that's usually what he starts with, which is what I feel like puts people on that edge automatically. Saying let's not be ableist. You're automatically putting somebody on this. I'm not ableist, which is an automatic defense, right? And then it goes from there. So whatever emotions they were already charged with, put with defense, you're already in an argument. Nobody's listening.
Yeah, I'm already in my I don't give a fuck mode.
Right.
When someone elicits, now I'm also looking at it from, we want to talk about intersectionality. I'm looking at it from someone who I perceive as male. And white, and whatever, he's not white, but I'm perceiving a white man correcting me about something when I am speaking about another issue, and not just correcting me, but correcting me in a way that I didn't even understand the correction until I was already upset. Do you know what I'm saying? And like you said, he doesn't have to care, but what I'm saying is if you want, let me use language that I think is appropriate. When I advocate for the intersectionalities that I advocate for, that I'm a part of, especially to other marginalized people, I say, hey, this is not okay because this is what that does. And I think more people are more receptive instead of repeating. It was just the repetitive using the alternative language in a way that felt like I just didn't know what the fuck. Why are you interrupting me? Goddammit. You know what I'm saying? That's all I hear. I don't hear, hey, this is an alternative word to this. All I hear is you using a word that to me meant the same thing. Obviously, I was wrong, right? But to me, that in the moment, you're saying another word for something that I'm already saying. So why are you repeating it over and over again?
Right.
I guess that's what.
So maybe we compare it to something that we both can come to a common ground on, right? The trans community. When people say things that are slurs or microaggressions against the trans community, how do you react?
The same, exactly what I'm saying. For microaggressions, I make corrections, and I make them in a way that is understood. Because when people do microaggressive things, they often aren't aware that they're being microaggressive.
Absolutely.
Right. So I take a teaching approach to microaggressions. That's and this from any intersectional, whether or not I'm talking about anti-blackness or anti-indigeneity, or even like I just called out a mutual recently for being anti-indigenous, and he speaks up for the indigenous community, and he did not take my correction, and so I unfollowed him. Do you know what I mean? I didn't go that, but that I mean, like you said, you can't tell people how to advocate for their own intersectionality. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I'm just saying that my reaction, for me, it seems counterproductive, and it just seems like when we're trying to advocate, there's a time to be combative and there's a time to be educational, especially when you're speaking to a peer. Or I feel like being paternalistic or to peers isn't productive. But anyways, that I'm speaking academically right now. Like it's not even specifically about him. It's about how I've noticed. You're non-binary, right, Alex? Or right? So it's also like the kind of conversation that I've had with non-binary folks, right? As someone who is not a transmedicalist, but someone who is a binary trans person, where I'm like, I understand where you're coming from when it comes to being misgendered and when it comes to being corrective versus someone who is misgendering you on purpose or being macroaggressive to you, right? So when someone is microaggressive and saying, "Oh, you're not binary. Oh my gosh, but you don't look like it, or you don't. I can't tell." Do you know what I mean? Like suggesting that non-binary has like a look, right? Or like you have to be androgynous to be non-binary, right? The only reason why I know that you don't have to be androgynous to be non-binary is because someone who was non-binary told me that, right? And they said it in a way that I understood. They didn't go, I don't owe you, what is it? Androgyny to be this person. And like I said, that's how people react. That's how people react. You can't help how people react to things, and you have to respect that. But at the end of the day, if I corrected someone who misgendered me as saying "it's ma'am" and get really upset and start yelling at that person, they're not going to get why misgendering me is like fucked up. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are willfully ignorant. There definitely are people that are willfully ignorant, but there's also a lot of people who just don't know what they're doing. And so I think that there needs to be a difference, like, you know what I mean, like a different approach versus someone who's being overtly, I don't know. But I mean, that to answer your question, that's how I respond to microaggressions. I teach. I don't, and I teach in a way that brings context to the lesson. Like, I'm not just like, put the square into the hole that looks like a square. Do that, you know what I mean? It's just, hey, that's the square, that's the hole, that's where you're supposed to put it in.
Yeah. And what if it's a square that doesn't fit in the square hole?
Technically, triangles can fit in squares.
I'm like, where are you going with this? Like, and not me trying
But
to like figure out.
no, but this is actually a point that I want to try to make. So,
Sure.
if can I explain to you kind of my story?
Sure.
Okay. So when I was young, I didn't know a lot of this terminology, because of the lack of seeing it, right? I learned what bisexual was before I learned what lesbian was, before I learned what trans, what, being transsexual, which was the terminology at the time, and other terminology that we don't use anymore as well. And so it was a progression through my life. And I went from, well, I must just be a really masculine lesbian. At some point, that's where I got to. And, as I learned the terminology. And then as I got older, I was like, I'm not a girl. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be more of a man. Like, I feel like more of a man. And I started looking into, like, therapy and how this would really be for me to be a trans man. And all of these things that I tried to look into or figure out, or these boxes I kept trying to fit myself into, I never fit all the way. And so I landed somewhere in the middle. And when I learned the terminology and what being non-binary was, I suddenly fit in a box that was the same shape as me. I'm not a girl. I don't feel like a girl. I don't physically go through all the things that girls go through. I'm not a man or a boy. Like, these are the things that I thought growing up, right? I'm not a man. I'm not a boy. Although I like a lot of those things and I fit a little feel closer to that side, I'm not that. I don't have those experiences, and it didn't feel right. I'm phallophobic, for fuck's sake. Like, I don't want a penis. But, like, I don't want a chest. I've had to deal with. That gives, if there's anything that I deal with that gives me dysphoria, it's my chest. I grow a beard. I don't take hormones. I have a higher testosterone level. I don't have regular periods. Like, even my physical makeup fits these things, but I have no diagnosis that says I have PCOS. Everything's running fine there. I don't have any other intersex conditions. I've been physically checked out. The only thing I couldn't tell you is chromosomes. But my hormone testosterone levels are high. I grow a full fucking beard. I have for years. I go through different voice changes almost as if, like, these different puberties are going on consistently. Like, there's so many different things that fit me into this box so comfortably. But neither of the other ones has ever been that way.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I wasn't saying that. Just to be clear, I wasn't saying that's wrong, right? I think my point was like to say that our experiences are going to be different, and I think that's okay too. Do you know what I mean? And so when when like someone is microaggressive to you or to me, my reaction isn't gonna necessarily come from a place of like Like I'm gonna come from a place of doing exactly what you did just now, which was maybe not as in depth because it depends on the situation, right? But
Mm-hmm.
explain why um, this works for me or that doesn't work for me, or why this is okay for me or not okay for me, or just for us as a whole in general. Because I see the word transgender as an umbrella term, even though people in the binary trans side of things don't agree with that. I don't give a fuck. To me, transgender is an umbrella term. I still refer to myself as a transsexual. I still see myself in a binary way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even your particular case is a different case compared to some of the problematic things I've seen, where I felt people who are perceived not just in the sex that they're assigned at birth, but also fit the beauty standards that are set forth by their ethnic group, by their race, by the other parts of I guess identities that they inhabit. So when you fit that stereotypical beauty standard, and when you're in a part of that racial category that is privileged, and you're like you're trying to, I don't know what the word is, equivocate, or like make comparisons to the very real and visceral feeling that a Black or brown trans woman in particular experiences when we walk out the door, where at any moment, if a man found us attractive and then clocked T, where our life could be snuffed out.
I can't compare myself to a BIPOC trans woman ever.
No, yeah,
What?
and I'm not saying you're doing that. I was just saying in general,
Well,
by the way, Alex.
I got you, but I do want to give you on the other side of what you just expressed, the violence and the assault that can come with what you deal with in your world experience. On the other side, the consistent experience I have had in my life of threats of men trying to make me realize who I really am.
And part of that comes from how they feel about us, if that makes sense. Like, because you happen to have physical characteristics, phenotypical characteristics that are atypical of the sex that you're assigned at birth, right? Whereas there are people who identify on that non-binary spectrum that don't have those phenotypical traits that other them. And and believe me, I empathize with not being seen in that way or being invisibilized in that way. I have a lot of empathy for that, because on an intersectional spectrum, I identify as a Black and Native person, but my Blackness isn't always visible to everybody. So what happens is that my Blackness is invalidated by people, and even then, I still understand that darker skinned Black people, that unambiguous Black people, are going to have a more a different experience from me, and the violence that they experience isn't even close to the same level of violence that I could ever even imagine or experience, right? And so when I am talking or advocating for that part of my intersectionality, like that part that I fit into, that part of the community that I fit into, I'm always hyper aware of the fact that within the Black community, I'm at the top of like privilege in that specific intersectionality, right? And I think sometimes there are some folks that identify as non-binary that don't understand that as hard as it is to be invisible, the violence that even you've experienced has to do with your phenotypical traits more so than it has to do with, I mean, obviously the identity part is a part of it too. But what I'm saying is if the identity is invisible, and as hard as that is, there is a level of physical safety to that other people are going to be able to understand. And I don't know if my words are coming out like funny or messed up, and we're just talking. Do you know what I mean? So like I'm not expecting any kind of like, oh yeah, I see what you mean, or whatever. I'm just speaking from the aspect. And so like the frustration for a lot of trans women in particular, and we have this frustration with trans men too, is that like I get it. The invisibility part has its own systemic issues and it has its own effect on you and how you move through the world and the type of rights that you can have. But as a binary trans woman, the wrong deep voice comment or like the wrong laugh or even like taking a shit or peeing, do you know what I'm saying? Like I'm scared of that. I'm scared of how I freaking sound when I pee, bro, because I don't know if a transphobic cis woman is going to call her man to unlike me. That fear is every day, is constant. Or like I don't know if like the campus president in the school that I work for might decide, you know what, I just found out what you were, and so I live in Florida, and it's just I don't know. It's hard, and like I said, I'm not trying to play the oppression Olympics either, because like I said, I do empathize with all of those things, but like on the intersectional side of things, like even I understand my level of privilege within the Black community and within Indigenous people as well, because I have light skin, right? And so there's always got to be, I always have to have this level of sensitivity that I feel like it's my responsibility to have when addressing what I would perceive as like problematic behavior, even from my own community or my own people, because I'm just like, wait, that sounds a little anti-Black, or that sounds like, you know what I'm saying, messed up. But at the same time, the way I address it or speak about it or talk about it, I'm constantly having to remember, hey, I'm speaking from a place of privilege, and this person might be reacting from a trauma space, and I have to remember that I am privileged in this way. And so because I am privileged in this way, I should probably like maybe approach something in a different way. I don't know.
But yeah, I think we've had some good conversations in the last couple weeks. I know we joked about the annoyingly progressive thing, but like I've been very happy about the way things are moving, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think well, again, I do want you to, I do thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate that you, because I've seen you up here when we've had a lot of conversations that I think there are folks on here that have gone kind of like beyond the pale when discussing non-binary folks. And you've been up here patient with with a lot of people on my side of things, and I appreciate that too, because you don't have to do that. And I really do. Like I said, I there's a lot of people up here that I don't agree with that are trans women, and I just want to acknowledge and to say that you're valid, and I feel 100% with that. Without non-binary folks, we there's a lot of things that we as trans women would not have been able to get across to other people, or I'm not using the right words, but I appreciate non-binary folks, because like the position to have to explain, the people that do explain like what's going on internally, helps people understand even some of the things that are happening with us as trans women internally. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it's gotten me to unpack a lot of my internalized transphobia too, like having those kind of like discussions with non-binary folks. It's helped me understand my gender identity, because like at the end of the day, some of the things that you described, they fit me too in that way, like not feeling 100% comfortable in this, and and there is some fluidity in my gender identity that I probably would never have admitted to before. Do I still see myself as binary? Yes. Do I still see myself as a woman? Yes, absolutely. However, there is fluidity in that identity.
And so somebody told me or showed me this graph one time, and it really kind of explained things to me, because a lot of people when they look at gender, you have one end and you have the other end. That's the binary, right? You have one side and then you have the other side. The way that this graph was, is it was basically like two arcs on a line instead of just a straight line. And basically all the genders fit somewhere on that line. And part of that line was increasing masculinity for men. And then as it went over the hill, it was like the non-binary masculine side. And then you had the super androgynous at the bottom. And then it went back up to more feminine non-binary. And then on the other end, it had a decline of more and more masculine or femininity, right? Until you get to woman. And the reason why this made so much sense to me is because when you hear about the experiences of every woman and every man and every non-binary, it really fits somewhere on that line of, even though you might be on that downward arc of you are feminine, you are woman, there's still a slanted line there, because you're going to fit somewhere on that for femininity. You know what I mean? You're not all going to be the same exact woman.
I get it. Yeah.
Just like on the other side for men, they're not all going to be the exact same of man. They're going to have a gradient of it. And so we're on that inside curve where we're only a little bit this way and a little bit this way. And it just, I don't know. To me, it made a lot of sense, but like I said, I have this unique experience of living in a mind that says I'm not either one, and in a body that says you're not either one.
Listen, that is something that I connect with actually from your story the most.
Yeah.
It's the body part. because yes, phenotypically now I present more as female,
Mm-hmm.
but there was a time where I didn't, but I also didn't present as male either. And so because of my body shape and my body type and my facial features, um, folks, I was very much androgynous in terms of like, or I don't know if that's the right word, and if androgynous is the right word, but phenotypically speaking, I was very much people didn't know what I was, and so I got to experience the exotification part of misogyny even before I transitioned, and my body has been subjected to that type of misogyny where it's where I've been objectified for my body type or my body figure by grown ass men since the age of 12. And
7.
yeah, it's something that I think allowed me to even understand more so from that level, right? Because I just and what's weird is that transitioning actually made me safer in that way, because of, I guess, social norms where people were less, even if they objectified me, they were less likely to be vocal about it if they thought I was a cis woman. And before, when people didn't know what I was, people were more comfortable saying, "Oh, you got some DSLs," or "Damn, that booty's fat. Let me get in that." You know what I'm saying? And especially in my community where those features are exotified and fetishized, more so than in other communities, cis het men were very comfortable telling me what they wanted to do with me since I was 12. And transition to me has, in some ways, made me safer because I was able to fit into a box. And so when I hear trans women say things that are problematic, referring to like transition, there's a part of me that says, I get it, sis, because it made us safer, some of us. Do you know what I mean? And so we take that emotional part of us feeling safer and saying, how could you, what are you saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why aren't you transitioning, or why aren't you getting surge, or why aren't you getting moans? Because if you did, you'd be just as safe as us, which is bullshit, right? I'm not saying that I agree with that standpoint, but there's a visceral feeling. There's a visceral feeling of like, damn, I had to go through all this just to feel a little bit safe, and you get to be you. And that's not true, right? And I've had to unpack that. But like, corrective teaching, like that's what I try to do with a lot of my trans sisters, or like even the younger trans women. And I don't speak to trans men as much or about these things as much because we got folks on the trans male side that's what they do. But it does sometimes feel like it's uphill about it because I'm trying to explain things from a perspective that is not necessarily my own, but that physical androgyny part, that is something that has haunted me since forever, and I really connect with that. And it obviously from a different space or a different place because our experiences aren't the same. But even like growing a beard, I when I started getting like chin hairs and it was so bad because it never connected. So I was smooth here, and then I would have like this thing on the bottom that would grow. But I never had even if I wasn't trans, right, and I tried to like exist as a cis man, I'd still be experiencing misogyny and trans misogyny just because of my phenotype.
Hmm. I grow a full goatee. Like I just shaved the other day, but I have a 5 o'clock shadow right now. But I can grow a full goatee, a mustache. It's all bright red because I'm Irish, and I grow big old pork chops. But I have like a strip in between where it grows.
Oh man, that would cause me so much dysphoria.
Yeah.
It did. I had.
And to me, it causes like after the initial itching, because you know when the hair first starts growing in, it itches. So as it started kind of like growing in fully, it would start itching. And at first, because it wasn't accepted, you know, I got big old titties. I'm a female, you know,
Yeah.
having it wasn't acceptable. So my dysphoria, I don't know if you would consider it. I've never considered it dysphoria, but like I would shave it off immediately because it wasn't accepted. You know what I mean? And as I've gotten older and thought, you know, honestly, to be 100% honest, during COVID, I let it grow. Because why not? I sat inside of a house in the middle of nowhere. I didn't. Why not? Nobody saw me. So I let it grow. And after that initial, like, itching and all that kind of stuff, like, it grew on me, you know? And so since then, like, sometimes I just let it grow. And I've had questions, and it actually starts conversations for me to be able to talk to people about it. I've tried to use it kind of as a way to open up to people that are curious, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've had some good interactions about it. And then I found out my partner doesn't really dig the facial hair thing.
Yeah,
So
I
now
don't
I'm
even
like,
like it in. I don't even like it in like cis men.
right, like
The
some
beard.
people. That's why I asked her, because I was like, man, my dad's like beard and mustache irritated me. You know what I mean? Whenever like we would hug or whatever, it was like bristly. So whatever I grew it in one time, I was like, hey, just out of curiosity, how do you feel about being with somebody with facial hair? Is it something that bothers you? Because she has ADHD, so textures and scratchy things, right?
Oh, I'm getting
So
the ick right now just thinking about it. Just feeling
yeah.
that.
So I am gonna keep it shaved because, you know, I can respect that. And because we like, one thing about me and her is we've both figured out, spent a lot of time figuring out ourselves and our diagnoses and whatnot. So about each other, weirdly, she did a thesis in college on autism, and I was her subject. And like I said, I have the 3 closest people to me all have different types of ADHD, so I just have experience with it for a very long period of time. And so we try to work together, you know? We try to respect the fact that we both have these things. And although, especially because I've found that autism and ADHD can clash sometimes depending on moods and whatnot. And so sometimes we hurt each other's feelings, you know, not on purpose. It's just, this is how we feel about this thing. And we both can't express it the greatest in the moment, or, you know, whatever the case may be. We might be overwhelmed. One of us might be overwhelmed. So we hurt each other's feelings, and we take time and we come together and we recognize what about our neurodivergence just did things to the other one's neurodivergence. We apologize to each other and we try to do better about it and come up with a solution, you know, to try to get past these obstacles. And like my one of my friends that has the physical ADHD, ADHD, she is kind of dealing with that with her wife because she's actually started unmasking recently, and her wife, that's a very hard thing to go through. She just started going through therapy. She's unmasking, doing a lot of things, and now her wife is like, "Oh, we got to work on things now." So it's been interesting, but it's just it's about communication. One of the things like I really try to stick to whenever I start like dating somebody or being interested in somebody is I let them know straight up, like I have autism. These are some things that I deal with. I also have chronic depression because personally I think the person that I'm going to get into a relationship with should have the option of going through these things because it is a struggle. You know what I mean? I don't want them to be in a relationship with me 3 years and then all of a sudden they don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to do. I need to be more, I guess, like forthcoming with some of the things that I'm able to pretend for like a couple minutes at a time, or like 10-20 minutes at a time, where I'm able to kind of fake it or mask whenever I meet people. And then once they spend, once everything starts to kind of crack and fall apart, they're just like, damn, when did you get so weird?
Ableist term.
Right. And I'm just like, bro, like, I was like, I'm always like this. It's just that I wanted to, I guess, like, leave a good impression. And it's not even a conscious decision anymore, though. Like you, that is that's a survival tactic. And when you grow up having to do that all the time, and when you have parents that, see things from a very black and white perspective, and when you're able to kind of just ask God to fix it, or just to if you try a little bit harder, you're not trying hard enough. So like my dad, when I was learning times tables, which I never learned, he used to take his knuckle and kind of like bury it into my head, and he would tell me think, because like the way that we teach times tables is through repeating and through like rote memorization. Like that's the way he learned. And so when he realized that shit wasn't working with me, it was something that was wrong with me, not what he was doing to teach me them. So like I never learned how to do arithmetic properly or anything like that because because of that experience of my dad.
I had the same experience still with math and reading with my dad.
Think like this, knocking on my head. Think. Try
Like, he
harder.
would get mad to the point like where he would like throw stuff and like break windows and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't understanding.
Yeah, I helped tutor with math a lot for ADHD people. A lot of the times the structure of like the math class it's not conducive for ADHD.
I'm bored in like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I'm already just like, I'm not paying. You lost me. I'm not paying attention to you no more. And I want to, but I just can't. Nope.
And you can't find
I don't know how to
purpose.
Do yeah. And I think like one of the I don't know if you experienced this, but I think having autism is like is comorbidity still a term that's used? Comorbidity, is that what it's called? um, having that and ADHD together, or not knowing where one ends and one begins. Because some of the symptoms are like, I guess, like similar, or you know what I mean, depending on like what type of ADHD you have. But also not getting what you're doing, wrong, or not understanding like, why can't I learn this, or why isn't this not, do you know what I mean? Like, and then finding out later in life where you have like, oh, I was just using the wrong tools the whole time, and why didn't you could have taught me that, education system. You know what I mean? Like, you could have just told me, use this tool instead, and
it goes even further into like the workplace and stuff like that. When you become an adult, none of the programs are set up to be like conducive to any other type of neurology. Like, it's only neurotypical, none of it, like learning, training at jobs is not set up for neurodivergent people. The workplace setting is not conducive for neurodivergent people in a lot of cases. Especially like office settings and whatnot, which are are typically higher paying jobs.
So boring. And when I finally got a supervisor, when we had our one-on-one, I talked to him about being neurodivergent, and how to be patient with me. It's going to take me a while to get, like, when I first started, because I'm an academic advisor. When I first started advising, I would get in trouble for being, I guess, accused of being mean, because I wouldn't use, I guess, the right, because I would sometimes get straight to the point of fixing whatever problem was put in front of me, instead of acknowledging the feelings of the person that's bringing it. So sometimes the feeling,
like
that
lacking
this person is
empathy at the
expressing,
moment, or apathy,
right?
One of those
Right.
two, whichever one it is.
Right. So like, sometimes the person doesn't even care about the problem getting fixed in the moment. They just want you to say, "Wow, I hear you," or "I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're going through that. That sucks." When you don't acknowledge, and I didn't know that. I'm just like,
I have that.
I thought you wanted your problem fixed.
Here's a kicker for you. So I'm this actually happened to me today. So we all know I'm white. Me using AAVE is considered incorrect, right? Part of my neurodivergence is echolalia. I repeat phrases that I've heard, like especially within conversations that I'm having. I repeat accents, especially within conversations that I'm having. So a lot of my verbiage ends up kind of morphing to the conversation. So it looks like I'm, I don't know, changing my personality to fit my environment. But that's not actually what's happening. It's just repeating phrases and accents. And I can't help it. I try on a regular basis, but like this morning we were talking, and somebody had used the phrase out of pocket multiple times. And whenever, like several minutes later, when I was talking and explaining something, I used the phrase, when I say something out of pocket, I would hope that people, say something to me so I don't do it. And then they turned around and said, you know, that phrase that you just used, that's AAVE. And I was like, well, I didn't know that. But just to let you know, it's not a phrase I use regularly. I just said it because it's been said 3 times already in this conversation, and I can't help it. But that happens all the time. It's not a phrase I use. I do hear it from time to time, but it's not a phrase that I just regularly use. I didn't know that I shouldn't, but it's just not something I regularly use.
Yeah, I see. You know what's crazy? What's crazy is that like at work, when you work in especially like any kind of customer service field, you're encouraged to mirror people. So like it is interesting that that is an adaptation that, well, I don't know if it's an adaptation. I don't know if it's like you just say you can't help it. So like I guess it's instinctive for you, or just it's automatic. But like I do those things, but I've always seen them as like a protective instinct to, I guess, not cause waves or not.
Oh no, because mine goes into accents. Like I end up saying specific words.
That's different.
And like, yeah, it literally goes across both. And a lot of the times, even the phrases will be said in the same accent. So if I hear somebody say something with an English accent, I'll repeat that phrase or word somewhere in the conversation with that accent.
Ooh, that's hard for me.
And when you
If
get
I
into
hear that from white person, I'm thinking
yeah,
they're making fun
exactly.
of me.
Exactly. And let me
trying
tell
to be
you,
funny?
it happens
That
all the
would be
time.
so funny if Alex
And
was
I
talking
can't
to
help
the
it.
Nigerian person.
Right.
Don't start. It's not fun. The hardest one for me is because I'm from Texas. The accent that is most commonly been spoken growing up has been a Hispanic accent. Do you know how racist it sounds when a YT motherfucker comes up and is starting to have a conversation with people, and that just starts to become part of the conversation from me?
Yeah,
It's not fun.
I pop off. But see, but I'm glad that you like talked about it a little bit, because now maybe, just maybe, I won't assume that, you know, buddy across the way is trying to be funny or trying to be cute. You know what I'm saying? Like I might be like, you know what? Maybe they have, what's the word again? Or maybe they echolalia.
Yeah, it actually says it in the name. You echo the things that happen. It's like I didn't even know that that's what it was for so long, and it irritates me that I do it, because I feel like even when it's somebody that's like English or something like that, like repeating somebody's accent to them is kind of rude. You know what I mean? And it's not something I want to do. Like it's not intentional, so it's not something I want to do, but I can't help it. And like the English accent is one of the ones that I go into every once in a while, because whenever I was younger, me and my dad, he was in theater and he was doing Oliver and Company as a play, and me and him ran his lines with an English accent. So like I practiced that accent for a long time with him. And so when it comes in the room, I slip into it so easily on certain like dialects and words, and it sucks so bad.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry.
Do you narrate? And Pamela, I don't know if you ever do this too. I'm just asking in general. Like, I don't know if something is like, sometimes I don't know if something is a part of just like, I guess, neurotypical everyday behavior, or if it's just because
I don't know. Shoot.
I'm neurodivergent. So like I narrate shit all the time. I point at things, describe them, just anything that I guess catches my eye.
I read signs.
I was randomly. Yeah, oh, I do that too. Or I randomly just like I'll say, "Oh, that's really pretty," and I'll get into a description of why I think it's pretty, and I'm seeing like a friend of mine made fun of me because
It's like
he's like,
a info dump.
That too. See, I had to think about it because I spend a lot of like my time by myself for the most part. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of socializing too much, but when I'm with people I'm comfortable with, yeah. I do that.
I'm like, what? That's a pretty, like, oh my God, look at that sign. That's really pretty. It's old. I see that there's a crack in the middle. It's like, and the crack just kind of gives it like and then I'll start comparing it to other things. Oh, and I explain shit to people all the fucking time. Like, people are like, oh, you think I'm dumb? You know, where I'll start to,
Yeah, I get told I mansplain a lot.
Do you want to know what my thing is? So if I have a question, I'll say, "Oh, I got a question," and sometimes I'll say it multiple times, and then like, for example, I'm gonna use my mom as an example. She's like, "You don't need to keep asking. Like, you don't need to keep saying you got a question. Just say it."
I got a question. I think that's more, but Pamela, I think that's more cultural for us though, because that's the shit we be saying. I listen. I got a question. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like a lot of us do that, but I think when we say it though, sometimes, and I'm not saying that's what you do, but I think when we say it, we're about to be problematic.
No, it's like not even being problematic. No,
but I'm just saying, like, we be like,
it
I
would
got a
be
question.
a question that's considered to like not be like the best of questions, like obvious one.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta be up in like 4.5 hours.
Oh, good night.
It's good talking to you though. Like anytime you want to talk about stuff like this, I'm down. I just like I'm more of a discussion person than like one of these like debate heavy. Like I have the information, we can talk about the information, but I'm not like a attack each other kind of person.
I think you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
No, you catch more flies with battery acid.
Look, Emily, y'all have a good night. I'll see you around. We'll talk again.
Have a good night, Alex.
Good night,
Hi,
Rob.
Rob.
Rob, where'd you come from? Wait, I was looking at my computer.
Hi, my name it's just Rob. No.
Who brought you up here?
Auntie, are you up? Wait.
I think Auntie Water did. I requested. I'm sorry. Do you want me to leave?
No, you're fine.
No, I came from there's an awesome host. Her name's Bandito. It's pretty much political right now, but anyways, good to see everyone. Well, the three people that I'm seeing now, but hello.
Auntie Kiki.
Wait, Auntie Kiki's back.
Yeah, we were talking about ableism and neurodivergency because I was
Gotcha.
not ableist, anti, because what was she said? I can't be, or they said I can't be ableist because I am disabled, but I can.
You can be.
But I can be anti-disabled. I can be anti-disabled. So yeah. Anyhow, how are you?
Doing good. Kind of bored. Can't sleep. But yeah, just happy to see everyone. How are you guys?
Did you hear Bad Bunny's new song?
What happened?
Who's new song?
Well, first of all, do y'all like reggaeton? Number one.
Yes.
Or and Latin trap.
Rompe. No. Don't get me started about your. Well, that's pretty much all of your your dance videos. I can almost hear reggaeton, and don't get me started. Rap.
What you mean? I put. Listen, I am a woman of the diaspora, honey. I put everything. I got a rock one.
But I watch a lot of your videos, but typically I'm working, so I can't have the volume up. I'm like, here she is again. Let's go. And the fact that gym, I think one of the last times that we talked was when that gym kicked you. the nerve of that is just I can't even begin to explain how I feel about that. But you know, keep doing what you're doing. You're amazing, and your content's amazing. Yeah, appreciate appreciate that you gave me the friend back. And the funniest thing is I don't know if you remember this, like talking about broccoli. Do you remember that? Yeah, my trans son, he was called Broccoli throughout his
my hair.
Yeah, throughout his high school basketball. Yeah, through his high school basketball career. But it's something that he almost like reclaimed, you know, because it was funny at one point, then it wasn't, and then it was, and then. But yeah, so no, I just appreciate your content, and Auntie Wada, you know, I appreciate you.
She's sweet.
And Pamela, I don't know if we've met, but my name's Rob. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Rob. I feel like I've heard you speak a few times because I'm
always coming up for like 2 seconds at a time and then be
dropping. And then leaving. Oh, me?
No, him. Rob. Yeah, he'll come up and like be like, blah, 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 and then go, okay, I gotta go, bye.
Yeah, because I know Rob doesn't. He's never on a panel like that because I've been in here a few times, so I know either mutuals are really friendly.
Yeah, we were having what did somebody say earlier on another panel I was in? Oh, is this no, this was like I guess the first, I forgot. And somebody said something about, oh, is this the Exoticals, like, Exoticals support team, because all the mixed people were talking about stuff. And like, I was like, you did not call us Exoticals.
Like an Exotical support group.
Yeah, I was like, did you call us Exoticals? Like, don't play with me. That term, like, and the thing is, I transitioned from also referring to myself in that way to try to, like, I guess, feel better about some of like the negative experiences I've had, and then now hearing it sound so cringe, I'm just like, God, what was I thinking? I'm sitting there calling myself an Exotical. I was doing that for a while. You're just mad because I'm Exotical. Like.
Did anyone ask that person what they defined as Exotical? If we're like a unicorn or a Pegasus or something.
Well, no, I'm familiar with the content creator. I actually used to join their lives on YouTube for a little bit when I was in my growth phase. When I was in my phase of unpacking, before I went into unpacking my internalized anti-Blackness. An Exotical is anyone that is not, in this context, anyone that is not unambiguously Black is an Exotical. And what this person sees as unambiguously Black is very based off of like racial stereotypes. So dark skin, 4C hair, and then like broad features. So anybody that has more than 3 or 4 of those things not present in their phenotype is, in this person's mind, considered an Exotical. So you could be dark skinned, but if you have smaller facial features or loose hair texture, then you'd be considered an Exotical.
So almost like if you break the mold.
So that's low-key problematic as hell then.
It is. It's very much so. It is very much so. And like I said, it really took a lot of unpacking to like understand why that's like not okay. You know what I'm saying? Like I this was years ago. And I still, every once in a while, will run across a video where she's like, oh, they're just jealous of our phenotype. And I'm just like, bro, first of all, we all don't have one phenotype. But number 2 is like, why are you still on that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, I get that for a lot of reasons. Like my wife, she's Puerto Rican. Mi esposa, like, I love the Puerto Rican culture. I've grown up on it since I was. I've been attached to it since I was 14 when I met my wife, and you know, she's very fair, very very fair. You know, skin, right? But she's tan.
She's light skinned.
Yeah, but she has a lot of features that can be representative if you know of the culture, because there's so many phenotypically people, like representations of being Boricua, right? Puerto Riqueña or Puerto Riqueño, however you want to say it. And it's very unfair to her that we can just be on a bus and people are just talking shit because she can be wearing, you know, a charm of the Puerto Rican flag, and they're talking about her that she's YT. So it's just sad that people look at all of us phenotypically and assume who we are without getting to know us a little bit. And I think I'm just running on this, but she's been so in touch with, you know, her culture. We cook the food, you know, pateles, patelillo, arroz con andure, all of it. But, you know, she's reduced to her melanation, if that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. I will tell you that there is it is a complicated discussion because there is a level of security in people in our community recognizing phenotypical traits and saying you're me, or you're part of this group, so you're safe with me over here. But I also think that like there's I don't know, it's hard to have a discussion like that, right? Because it's like that doesn't make bullying okay, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make so like some of the things that we do here okay. It's not, I wouldn't call it a systemic issue of oppress. We can't be oppressed by people in our community that are more oppressed than we are because of their race, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
But at the same time, it does hurt when people just be like, "Oh, you're not this." You know, I'm just like, "Well, what do you mean?" You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I agree with everything that you just said. Absolutely.
Like your son's situation, like having, you know, hair that comes from his African heritage, right? You know what I'm saying? And when you are light skinned and you do have like those curls, people, it could go two ways. Either people exotify it or fetishize it in like a real nasty way. It doesn't matter how old you are. People just do it in a weird way. Like when I say fetishize, I don't just mean in the sexual sense. I just mean in general, like the fetish that people have for our hair.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like sometimes it happens from people in your own community that will say things like, "Oh, I wish I had your type of hair. My hair looks ugly." And when you hear that from your own family, that shit like hits different.
Yeah, and that happened. You know, it's like, so like again, I don't want to revert back to my wife, but you know, she has always had, you know, very tight curls, and so, you know, she would get a relaxer, is what we would call it back in the day, because she wanted to have her hair straightened, like a lot of the people have, you know, would make fun of her because she would have curly hair, just to be a part of that, because they didn't understand where curly hair even came from, and they made her feel bad enough that she felt that she had to straighten her hair. That's kind of just sad.
I wanted a spike so bad. I wanted spike frosted tips so bad when I was young.
I just want hair back because I'm bald now. So can I just have hair at all?
I wanted. Let me tell you, I wanted to look like JC Chazé from the Insane back in the day. I was like, I want that straight,
No,
spiky look.
I
When
deserve. I deserve to be bald because, like, for 2 years of my life as a teenager, I was like a air quote. I'm using this as an air quote, a hair model. Yeah. So I mean, I had my 15 minutes of fame, but no, it's we want what we sometimes we want what other people have only because we're told that we should have those things, but you know. That goes back to a lot of culture because we're like almost steered in directions, at least especially in this country, that aren't the true representation of who we actually are, but who we are deemed to be or told that we should be.
I gotta quit, and I gotta go in a second, but I got a quick story time for y'all, and y'all tell me this is the most ridiculous shit ever. When I was a teenager, I begged my mom to take me to a plastic surgeon to get a booty reduction because I was so embarrassed by my butt and my legs, and people made fun of me so bad in school because of it. Because remember, this is before transition, so I was, male presenting. I was so like you think of you have this light skin, Afro-Indigenous Puerto Rican, that male with a huge ass and big thick old legs, and I went to a predominantly non-white school, so people used to like make fun of me so bad that I begged my mom to just like take me to this plastic surgeon. And you know what the plastic surgeon told me? We can't do anything about it because if you do, it's gonna drop. And he's like, do you really want to have a drop butt? And I said, no. I said, you just can't make it just as round, but just like smaller. He was like, no, I can't do that. It's not natural to your body. It wouldn't look right. And I was like, that's definitely an act of love for your mother to be like, you know what, I think you look fine just the way you are, but if it's giving you that much distress, like, I'm gonna take you to get a consultation. And then we went.
Yeah, I don't think that's like strange or out of the ordinary, because when I was getting bullied for being a fat kid, I begged my mom to let me get a tummy tuck. And I was like 12. And she was like, you don't even know anything about that. I was like, but it'll make this go away.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I'm 21 now, and I'm still about to go and get it.
Listen, I need a tummy tuck too. Like, my shit is like poking out. I just wear a lot of control things. I used to have to walk sideways on the bus. Like, you know how the school buses, the yellow school buses, like how the seats are like this. I literally could not walk straight. I had to walk sideways. And when I was in high school, when I used to sit in them chairs, literally half my butt and my leg was hanging off the side. So like every day was like an uncomfortable experience because I'd have to sit in these chairs that were not wide. And then
the chairs weren't comfortable for anybody. Let me just say that. They weren't even comfortable for my little bony, pokey ass when I was that small. Like, let's make that clear. They were no. Like, can we put some like little cushion on these chairs, please? Like, what? This is like torture.
At one point, like they like compressed the bus stop, so like there's a lot more people in the bus, and like so like majority of people were sitting 3 to a seat. And no one ever wanted to sit next to me. And they would literally be like, I'm not sitting next to her. She's too big.
No, and when they're like, put your seatbelts on, I'm like, are we really putting our seatbelts on in this cheese bus? I'm sorry. We used to call them the cheese buses. Like, I'm putting a seatbelt on. Get the heck out of here. Can't you just drive safely?
At my heaviest weight, I eventually could not put on a seatbelt on an airplane without an extender, and I could not sit. So like even in the bucket seats, like at Universal, Those bucket seats are made for the Eurocentric uh, body type, I guess, whatever, where everything is heavy up top, but not down below. And so, like, I'd be like 2 or 3 inches off of the seat, elevated from all the cushion back
Right.
there, and so I could not put the things down.
I know.
Not because
I know
they
exactly
here.
what you mean. It's like
They'll
again,
get stuck on my legs.
yeah, because my wife again. So you find this. It's genetically sometimes passed down. From whoever you get it from. So a lot of people in my wife's family, they sit down and get taller because their booty's so big. Like they're 4'9", they sit down and they look 5'4", like because they got that big old. They got the gap.
The gap.
Wait. Don't say
No,
that.
seriously, I'm not even joking. It's just something.
Don't say that again.
It's really something that it's just what happens.
No. All that booty meat, and it's funny because a lot of the men in my family also have a lot of booty meat, and they very much hate their body types because we're mostly pear shaped / hourglass shaped. I rank on my cousin all the time. I'll be like, "What's up, big booty?" He be getting so mad. He's like, "Come on, man, don't do that. Don't call me big booty."
That's funny.
That's not mofongo booty. That's like arroz con andule booty. That's that. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
That
rice and
pastel
Out of
beans.
pocket.
No,
The
mofongo
pecao.
ass.
The pecao. Who knows about pecao?
Yeah, oh, you talking about pegao? Yeah, that's definitely that pegao. It's the hormone. It's
Right.
the hormone. It's the hormones in our food, and that should just be making us thick.
Getting straight to your
Um,
butt.
straight to it. Like the first place I lost weight was in my face, then in my stomach, then in my arms. But my arms and my legs were the last things to go, and they're, as y'all can see, it's still not. And let me tell you, I am in the best shape that I've ever been in my life, and I'm comfortable with my body type now. But I get called fat all the time, especially on TikTok. People are like, "You're fat." I'm like, "Bitch, I'm not fat. I can outlift you."
People love
Like,
throwing
don't.
that word around now.
It's the last remnants of like what is considered socially acceptable for the most part to do for most people is call people fat.
And they shouldn't do. All I have to say is being fat is a sign of having money. Because if you ain't have no money, your stomach will be touching your back.
Do you remember? Did you ever see Barbershop?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember the scene where it's like, what did the man say? I like my women rotund. Rotund is a
No.
sign.
That's a long time ago.
I don't know. I think it's from that movie. There's like where this African man is talking about like big, like thick women, and talk about, it's he said it is a sign of opulence, and I'm like, yeah, because I was especially back then I was like really big. I was like, yeah, it's a sign of opulence, motherfucker. Like I got money. Yeah, that's why. I'm sorry, you can't eat.
Well, see, that's one thing. Like my parents, like they tried to be supportive with me being big. Like, my grandma called me lazy one time and said that I just need to get up and like get into sports. And like I cried about it, and then my dad was like, "You're not lazy. You're just laid back." And then my mom, she said, "If someone calls you fat, you have to look at them and tell them, no, you're pleasantly plump."
What was that? I may be fat, but I can lose weight. But you can never fix
Yeah,
that
you
face.
can't lose your ugliness.
You still ugly. Yeah.
Right.
I remember all
What's
those
wrong
like
with what's wrong with your face though?
Exactly. My mom used to always say, if someone calls you fat, make sure you let them know that you can always lose the weight, but they cannot change their face.
But we ended up finding out that was a lie because people very much do
The
change
way
their
these
face.
people be getting like a little bit of their chin shaved off is ridiculous.
Let me tell you, the amount of men that get those little secret procedures where they're better at doing subtle though than femme body people. we end up doing like I found out that some of the fillers that people get on their lips are hyaluronic acid. I can't pronounce it right.
Mhm. And
And
then a lot of
apparently
people are now doing lip flips and not getting filler.
that's what you mean. What's that? That's where they put it, the lift.
They
Yeah,
put
I
the
don't like that because
Botox.
you could see people's teeth.
Mm-hmm.
They can't close their mouth.
No, that's the filler. So the lip flip, it's used for people that either have I don't know how to describe it, but people that feel like when they smile their lip disappears, they get a lip flip because they put Botox in it, so it makes the your lips stay the same, appearing bigger.
I ain't got no problem with that. I'm black, so my lips are very visible all the time. However, I think that anytime.
Why do you want to get lip plumper if you're gonna choose to dissolve? Who wants to dissolve their lips?
That's different from a lip filler and a lip flip.
That's
So
what
the
I'm
lip
saying though.
flip, because I fell down a deep dive with this.
You plump your lips so big that you have to eventually dissolve your lips.
See, the lip flip is less invasive because it only lasts a few months. Lip filler, that's the one that migrates.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
because
about to say,
Botox does that.
there's a filler that is called hyaluronic acid, and you could also use it for your face as a moisturizer, but it is very
Yeah, I use that.
absorbs
Have y'all
water.
seen that
Right?
movie, The Sisterhood of the Migrating
Oh, you
Lips?
scared the shit out of me. Why you got for Auntie?
I just say, have y'all seen that movie, The Sisterhood of the Migrating Lips?
No. What is that? Sisterhood of the Migrating Lips.
Is it about
But
filler?
I was about to say
It's
with the
about all these
hyaluronic
girls
acid.
who share lip filler, like who share a syringe of lip filler, and
Ew.
the lip filler ends up going all over the world.
No.
Wait, is that like a
It was really touching.
documentary? Is that a documentary or like a what's it called?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so is it comedy?
It's a drama. It was so touching. It's based on a true
Oh,
story.
are you being for
Auntie,
real?
did you rest your eyes?
My eyes are always rested.
Mm.
What are you talking about?
Mm.
I've been here the
Ooh.
whole time, just resting my eyes.
Yeah.
I heard everything y'all said.
You lied. Off me. The fuck?
Just been resting my eyes.
You heard them attacking me?
Yes.
Cool.
It was completely unjustified.
I said he only got three-quarters of a scoop of hair.
Ooh, you are still with that. That and the Jamaican thing too. You know that bothered you.
Yeah, because how are you going to tell me what the hell I am? Who are you?
I agree.
What
I
about
agree 100%.
what about Pamela's niggardly edges?
Rob, do not say a thing. It is a trap.
I didn't
Do
say
not. Do not. It is a trap. Don't you open your mouth, sir. Not even to talk about your Puerto Rican wife. I'm just letting you know.
Why are you talking about my edges?
It's an insider. Yeah.
What's wrong with my edges though?
Well, you already said they got
We ain't got
snatched
no
back in the
edges. What you
60s
mean?
or something.
Rob ain't got no edges. What you mean?
Depends on the wig I put on.
Everybody got edges with a wig on.
Rob, your
Wait,
edges
If you don't,
hold on.
if you
Let me
don't,
shut
it
up
was
because I'm
installed.
about to say something very inappropriate because hair doesn't just grow on your scalp. So
Ooh, you're talking about a different set of edges.
That's not baby hair. Those are not baby hairs, though, baby.
No, them adult hairs now, them old man hairs.
Yeah,
well,
those
they
are.
fell out
Those
of.
are.
Hold on. Let me shut up.
That's
Those
grandpa
are adult.
hairs.
The
Those are adult hairs that are very
Ocean
good.
told me to shut up. I should shut up.
Yes, you
But
should.
why is it that men don't go bald anywhere but their head? Like the hair be the same everywhere else, and had got the nerve to
That's
turn gray. on their back.
I don't have hair on my back
Ew.
yet.
I don't. Yeah, I don't fuck with anybody that got back hair.
No,
That's
I
not
don't
for
have hair on
more.
my back.
That's a trifling place to compare, though.
Yeah, ain't no way.
I mean, I don't think so.
Nope. I don't do hairy backs.
No, I mean, let me just shut up again. I should just shut up.
See, that is growth, y'all. That is growth. Oh, I did look up certain terms, Auntie, and I did apologize on the live earlier. So just so you know, about some of the comments that I had made earlier. I was presented with new information, or I read new information that told me that I was full of shit. So I just wanted to apologize again because you didn't hear, it was on your live. I still felt what I felt, but the way I expressed my feelings wasn't the most appropriate on your live.
Okay. Ow, shit.
Next time I'll just get robbed to defend my honor.
Like, why are they going at it like this?
I'm not good. I'm not good at taking direction that I feel is overtly rude without being explained, without giving me an explanation. Right?
I'm not gonna lie. I was in the comments sitting there driving to get a new flash drive, and I was like, "You're right, but let Ocean talk, please. You're right. Just let Ocean talk."
Because that's somewhat right. And then I think there was the low key dig at pretending to be neurodivergent, where I felt like it was an accusation, and I'm like, bitch, I've been talking about being about my, the different things that I have for like a minute. So it's not like I just brought it up in this conversation to like shield me from critique, because it's not going to shield me anyways from critique. So I'm just telling you, it's like I see what you're doing, because I do the same shit. I be getting stuck on something, I just can't let it go.
Yeah, I do that too.
I can't. But yeah, I think because somebody brought up a trans topic as like to talk about like intersectionality and stuff like that, and I think it was Alex, and I said, Alex, they had asked me how do I deal with microaggressions in reference to the trans topic, and not the neurodivergent topic, and I said I deal with it the same way. When I experience a microaggression, I assume, and it may not be always the case, that the person doesn't know that they're being microaggressive, and so I explain why what they're saying is harmful, and then if they don't take direction, then I pop off. But if they are like, you know what, I get it,
Yeah,
but I don't start out from a combative position. My combative part comes afterwards.
Yeah, and I always say that there's nothing wrong with people confuse the term ignorant with stupid, or uneducated, or whatever you want to say. But you're only ignorant to something until you know about it. So I like to claim ignorance on a lot of topics that I don't understand, and please let me, just silence myself and let me be taught about it, and please teach me. And if after you're taught about it and you're still ignorant, maybe ask a question or a clarifying question, and after that, if you're still ignorant, then you're just an asshole.
But I also feel that not everybody owes you an education, just like not everybody owes me an education on stuff. But I also think that when you're speaking on a public platform, that's one of those cases where you
Right.
probably should educate folks if you can, and in a way that they can understand the context of it. So
Yeah.
when like if someone's being microaggressive, I'm like, hey, I don't just say, oh, you're being microaggressive. I say, hey, that wasn't okay. Like, why would you say that? You know, this is what you said. This is probably how you should have said it. If you don't want to hurt other people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Exactly. You know, if it's something that, you know, somebody's educated on that can teach me something, teach me, please. And if you don't accept that knowledge, then if you're still ignorant to that knowledge, to the truth, then, you know, you then become the synonyms that I mentioned prior to that. You know, you remain stupid, you remain uneducated. And that's how we learn from each other, from, you know, asking questions and relating, and respecting and passing on truths.
Oh, Jesus. It's hot in my room, Lord.
How many more chips you got in that bag?
I finished it. It was popcorn. I've been eating like a big asshole, like a big Bertha. I'm definitely
Did I just hear
like a,
Bertha?
huh?
No, because that's my Jeep's name. Her name is Bertha Bernard.
No, my forerunner was Bertha, Eater of Man.
No, see, like I have a thing. I name everything Bernard. Like I don't know why. And he now passed away. But I had this uncle that like my mom would complain about me to. And he got the bright idea to say, well, he was talking about my first car when he did this. He said, I'll come right now and get her car. She doesn't deserve it. So I never liked him, so I named my car after him. So the car's name is Richard Bernard.
Is it Bernard or is it Bernard?
Bernard. Please. No, because that's how my African side of the family pronounces Bernard. They say Bernard.
Oh, Bernard. Yeah, we have a bunch of beautiful like different accents like at where I work at, and I'll just be like trying to say like, oh, how do you say this word? How do you say that word? And then I'll do like my grandma's pronunciation of shit, and people like, hola, hello, how you doing? You okay? No, I can't do that. No, I don't like it. Wait, is that xenophobic for me to do? Since I am of that community.
No, I don't think so. It's like so. No, again, just shut up. But like so. No, it's not, because I feel like I'm a part of that culture. You know, like my bisabuela, she would say for ice cream, she would say "I cream," like. There's just certain things that, there's certain, you know, things that we appreciate from, you know, our parents, our grandparents, our great grandparents, and I respect that because it's a part of what makes our culture our culture.
Or like beach and bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
My grandma used to literally confuse the two. She would say, "We go to the bitch," and then when she cussed somebody out, she would say, "Samaman beach," and I'm like, "Abuela, it's al revés. You're saying it right." And she goes, "No, I say it right. It's beach. You Sanaman beach, and we go to the beach." Okay.
Cinnamon Beach.
Yeah, it just like cinnamon, but with the M instead of the N. Cinnamon Beach. I'll be like, well, you can't say that. Does you?
She said, I said what I said.
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. Abuela said what she said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my grandma was the type of person to like swing at, like at 90 years old, still trying to swing at people. Shit, or or at least making a threat. Like, she's like, you're never too old to get your ass beat. I was like, why not? But she was saying in Spanish. I'd be like, Grandma, you can't beat me. I could beat you up. She said, you better not. Yeah, that lady.
It was a stark contrast between my wife's abuela versus mine on my dad's YT side, because she would have me over. My dad's mom would have me over. We would bake cookies. We would make like beef stew, like, and then I would go over to my abuela's house, and the couches were covered. The fagudas, don't touch them, but eat, right? Come, like eat. But either experience with both of them is just so rewarding to have with both of them. And they pass things down to us, and I appreciate everything that they have, and thankfully my wife was able to meet my grandmother, and I was able to meet her grandmother, and we can share those experiences. And there's something that needs to be said about like division, and maybe I'm going on a tangent, but we can all learn things from each other, and we don't all have to hate each other, but maybe that's a strong word to use. This country is just very divided by principles and beliefs, which I feel it should be, but we can hopefully sooner than later come to a commonality, because I've seen it within my own life, within my own people, my wife, her family, my family, the diaspora continues, the erasure of culture continues as long as we allow it to. But it's people like you guys that I meet that we try to hopefully change that. I talk too much again. Maybe I don't make sense. I don't know.
No, you make sense.
Oh, hey, no, you're not talking too much, boo. Oh, you know who came in? You know who came in live earlier? Y'all.
Who?
Auntie Water's favorite person, Olive.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. I wonder if she took screenshots, because we were talking about non-binary stuff at the moment.
But nothing bad was said about non-binary people.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think so either. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, because they were probably surprised to actually hear a productive conversation. Even though all the conversations, even the one, they were coming at Pumpkin in the comments. I'm being 100% honest. So the day that Pumpkin said what she said, you have to call a spade a spade. Like, you can't poke the bear and get mad when you get bit. That's what I'm gonna say about that.
Yes, and I'm a big old bear. Y'all see that?
Yeah, I feel like that's what it came down to, though, with that situation.
Do you see this light?
That's cute. Hold on.
Listen, this is called an infrared red light therapy bulb. You can find it on Amazon. People ask me all the time, like, what do you do for your skin? And I say, well, number one is genetic, but number two is not just genetic. Glass and still have fucked up skin because you don't take care of your shit. If you want to know, especially because I think all of us are light skinned up here.
Dark
if you
skin.
want, oh, are you really? Okay. But for like the light skinned folks, like if you really want to know how to not crack, right? Because you know we do have that, we can have that experience. Red light therapy.
I thought you were going to say hyaluronic acid.
No, that too.
Oh, sure. She's been using this hyaluronic acid, and when I tell you her skin was glowing the other day, I was ready to go right to her house to take that bottle. I'm sorry.
No, so I'm telling you.
yeah.
So if anybody wants, so skincare routine, I'm promoting. I don't really care. The Ordinary brand from Sephora.
No, it's good. I have their.
That's what I use. So hyaluronic acid, all the acids, you know, caffeine for, you know, your eye sockets and toners and all of it, and it's less expensive than all the other stuff. But yeah, it works.
I use retinol too occasionally, and then I also use. I just started this routine like maybe a month ago. I gotta get back on it. I have been coating my face slightly with castor oil mixed with hyaluronic acid serum, and it has done wonders for my skin just from the short time that I've been using it. Because I was using hyaluronic acid from before, and I have been putting hyaluronic acid in my hair. And it like silky smooth, like silky. Like it went from like being very textured to like silk just from using the hyaluronic acid on there. I love it too. Listen, I was contemplating putting that hyaluronic acid in other spaces and places just to see if it'll have like that same. Because when you do like the extreme weight loss thing, like your inner thighs, you end up developing like this loose skin areas, and that stuff is so bad for your skin, like for the rubbing and the.
Yeah, it helps with like discoloration.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely does.
I have that in between my legs, discoloration like crazy. I have hyperpigmentation in between my legs and other places.
Yeah, people use it, armpits, legs. Yeah, use everywhere.
So if you want like a safe peel, like people use it on their feet, and you can get it over the counter, Amlactin. It's like a lotion, but it's like a safe, gentle peel.
Can you DM me that, because I wanted to do a peel for a minute. I've been scared. I was even thinking about doing the extreme one, to see if I can like maybe get some kind of skin firming under my, because I have like the weight loss chin where it used to be fat, now it's just like this like loose flap, and I hate it. But I'm gonna try that. Amlactin. Wait a minute, is it like lactic acid?
So it's like I'm not sure of the active ingredient, to be honest with you, but it's basically like a gentle peel. There's adapalene that you can also, I think adapalene is also like a gentle peeling product, but in the lowest how do you want to say it? It's like 0.25. But so like for hyperpigmentation and things like that, they're like safe exfoliation processes that you can use without using a peel, if you want to say that.
Did you see? Have you seen those extreme peels that people get, like, and they have to even like go to other countries to get like those chemical peels? Where,
Yeah,
like,
I don't recommend those.
the whole epidermis is. But when I saw the wrinkle effect, or the removal of those wrinkles, I thought about it for a second because I don't have a lot of wrinkles, but I do have them around my lips. And I was like, "Ooh, can I get it around my lips?" Yeah, and I was like,
No, it's the rabbit holes on TikTok. Like once you fall down a rabbit hole, it's so easy, especially like when it's something intriguing too.
I miss paranormal TikTok. I haven't been on that in there for a while.
I don't. You can keep that.
Them ghost caught on tape bullshit. I'd be like, that shit looks so fake, but I love it. I like to suspend belief. So, and I do that a lot when it comes to like stories and stuff. So,
You see,
anyways,
a lot
I
of
gotta go to
people
bed.
don't know this, but I'm scared of the dark. So, like, a lot of paranormal stuff I can't handle because all of a sudden I'm sitting here hearing stuff and looking behind my shoulder.
So, Ocean, you want to go into that? How do you feel about Chupacabra?
I'm not too into the cryptid side of things, but I believe that the chupacabra is definitely. I think it's a cryptid.
I feel the same.
Natural. I think there are parts of Puerto Rico that have yet to be fully explored. And it wouldn't surprise me that the chupacabra would go from Puerto Rico to Mexico, because you don't know how like animals like migrate into like different places, you know. So I believe it. I don't think it's like a coyote or dog thing though. Like a large bat that can sometimes crawl for short periods of time. So people just assume that it was just like oh, that's a chupacabra. Because one time they attacked a poor dog with mange, and they thought it was like the chupacabra, and the dog just had mange. And that the way that they chased after that thing was so fucked up in that video. But I'm more scared of like primordial spirits. So like in Puerto Rico, like my family's from Jayuya, and so people who are unalived in car accidents on
From where? I'm sorry.
Jayuya. It starts with a J.
Okay.
It's in a mountainous area. We believe that the spirits of the people that were unalived in those car accidents can sometimes turn petty and malevolent, or sometimes other things can disguise themselves as those people. And so, like, they'll beckon you to come off to either walk off the edge or drive off the edge. And so sometimes they tell you to beware of hitchhikers in the middle of the night where you're driving, because they're not on land, but they're already off the edge, and so you can so they try to get your attention for you to drive off the edge. I remember hearing stories like that when I was a kid for years. Yeah, those people. That's I believe those things, and those things are scary. And then there's like this spider type of thing called the guava that looks like a lobster mixed with a spider, and it's gigantic, and it's in the mountains too, and it's scary as fuck. Huge.
It's interesting. I've never heard that. So I think I know that my wife's family's from what they've told her, Ponce. But
Yeah, I got people
we were hoping
saying maybe your wife is my cousin. She might be my cousin.
we were hoping to go there this year, but we couldn't get there. But we're hoping to hopefully get there toward the end of the year.
You have Puerto Rican ancestry too?
Oh no, I'm just speaking on my wife's behalf. Last name Aviles Aviles and Batista. Hold on, Natividad. Natividad Aviles.
I don't know. Yeah, we're not related. We still might be genetically related, though. That's what I'm about to say. Most Afro-Indigenous people from Puerto Rico end up finding some kind of DNA.
And that's the same thing from. This thunderstorm is crazy over here. That's the same thing from my culture as Seneca. So we have clans, and typically, so I'm Seneca. There's a lot of people that are Seneca, but if your clan, if your clan, if you share the same clan, I'm Wolf Clan. We have similar, or we're related basically. Some similar bloodline.
Yeah, so that's why you're not supposed to mix with the, so in Puerto Rico, there's a saying called los primos se primen, the cousins be cousin. You know what I'm saying?
Primos.
You gotta be careful because you never know. You don't never know who. That's why I refuse to date a Puerto Rican man because I'm just like, I'm not trying to be with one of my cousins accidentally. I don't know. But yeah, I'm falling asleep, y'all, and I'm about to start rambling and saying things probably that I don't mean because that's what happens when I get sleepy. So I might say some shit fucked up. So I'm gonna go before I get in trouble. But yeah, this was a nice live, y'all. Thank you. Oh wow.
I appreciated the dialogue you and Alex were having. That's why I wasn't saying much because sometimes you just need to listen.
Yeah, I really connected with their what they were talking about, like their perceived sex phenotype, and how that androgyny confuses the fuck out of people because that was one of the things that made it difficult for me to transition or even to think about it because I was fighting against the grain so much, insisting that I was a man. Or trying to insist that I was a man, because of how people made fun of my body type, and so like I'm glad for it now
because it helps. Like especially like it gets dangerous out there. Like even I was having this conversation. I think I had it on live, but also I had it with one of my best friends. I was like, there's literally a place out in my state, it's a mall, and it's literally known for trafficking. So women and kids are literally told to stay away from that mall completely. Like, that's how bad it is.
That's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that now. I guess people don't want to do that. Not that
You
I would want
never
that.
know. You're like, ooh.
Let me tell you, I'm definitely I'm gonna take some skin. I'm gonna take some hair out. Like I'm definitely making this is one thing. I don't have any illusions into thinking that I can win every fight. But if I know I'm gonna be unalive or taken, most definitely I am taking chunks of that skin and I'm putting it under my fingernail so that you can be identified at a later date.
No, I'm delusional. I think that I can Mike Tyson everybody.
Oh.
You trying to take a chunk of the ear?
All that. if you're a male body person, the goods and services shall be most definitely squeezed. So
that doesn't always work though. Have you ever kicked somebody in the balls and they didn't react? The scariest thing ever.
It depends on what's going on. Maybe I don't know.
Like terrifying.
But yeah.
All right, are we dropping? I think maybe I don't know. All right, yeah, Ocean, nice. Auntie Wada, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Pamela, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
I guess I'll drop and hopefully see you guys another day.
Okay. Auntie, are you still up? Auntie. All right. Good night, Auntie.
I'm here. I couldn't find my phone.
I was about to turn off the comments.
Well, I'm about to end it. It's time for bed. What time is it anyway?
Yeah. Auntie, you know I'm always up to no good. I'm sitting here looking at perfume, planning for the damn holidays. I don't know why.
I was looking at perfume earlier. I was looking at that Ocha brand. Everything they have is like little ass bottles.
I know that's the only downside to them because they don't do 100 ml. But the thing is that they put fragrance oil in their stuff so it lasts longer. That's the thing with them. Would you like some recommendations? Because I have a few of their stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna go on their website so I can give you the exact names.
Let's do it tomorrow because I'm about to go to sleep.
All right, good night, Auntie. We'll talk
It's
later.
almost 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, and it's only about to be 1 for me.
Alrighty.
All right. Good night.
Good night.